If I start early, will you let me do my autistic rambling for a little longer than normal? Can I get that? Can I trade? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of no's and yeses. Okay, I'm sorry I didn't stream yesterday. I was struck by a flash of inspiration. It still has struck me. I'm still reeling from it. My nostril hairs are still sizzling. Oh my god. I wish I didn't think about shit like this, man, because now I can't stop thinking about it. Oh god. Did I get a haircut? No. Hippo Nugget Quest? No, but it's about game design. You know what I fucking want? I fucking want a real goddamn modern Kingsfield type game. I'm talking about a first-person RPG dungeon crawler, sword and board type stuff, you know? Like, you've got your sword in your right hand, your shield in your left hand, and you're moving through the catacombs of Nakfala, or whatever the fuck, okay? Um, that's what I want. I, um, there's a game that's on early access right now, on Steam. Bosch blurry. Sorry, I wasn't in here. I don't have autofocus on. Anyway, there's a game that's on early access on Steam right now, and it's just not doing it for me. Like Dark Souls. Okay, here, let me try to sell this to you guys. Okay, can I try to do that? Okay, here, let me try to explain this. Okay, first of all, I have played a lot of roguelites. I like roguelites a lot because they tend to be really difficult. The reason they tend to be difficult is because you don't have to worry about balance when you're designing a roguelite. Seriously, you don't, right? Like sometimes you just get bad items and you're shafted that run. But it feels like okay because the runs where you get really good items like feel really, like pretty great. I've had a lot of fun with Gunfire Reborn lately, which gets very difficult later on, and I'm enjoying it a lot. But I miss like real RPGs. You know what I mean? And the thing that bothers me a lot is that with modern development tools, I feel like you could make an RPG that's really long, like a really big RPG, um, without that much effort compared to how it used to be, you know? I know they're hard to make, but like the tools have gotten a lot better. Oh yeah, Artemy got me. He woke up with next to me in bed, and I fluffed his belly, and he grabbed me. He was having a great time. Uh, okay, this is Kingsfield. Okay, like look at this. Okay, this is Kingsfield. Like, this is some classic shit right here. Look at this. This is some classic shit. This is from the From Software people. They made Dark Souls. Um, this is the classic. This is like yeah, so I miss dungeon crawlers like this because there's something just so like gripping and mysterious and intriguing about physically walking through like a bunch of cramped tunnels. And it's like you found a ring of protection, and it's like, what does that do? And then it either does nothing or it does some like overpowered bullshit. Like you never know what you're gonna get in these types of games, especially the older ones, because they were so like weirdly designed, you know? All game design is so like refined these days, you know what I mean? Like everything is so tuned, everything is so predictable because it fits within like expected tropes of good game behavior. Um but things used to be a lot weirder, okay? But like imagine this, okay? The problem is that in those old games, combat was fucking boring, okay? That's the main problem. In all those games, you click to attack like you're fucking Gordon Freeman, and the enemies just sort of walk towards you, and then when you get too close, they attack. So all you do is run forward, hit, walk away, they miss, run forward, hit, walk away, they miss, run forward, hit, and you do that 50 times, and then they die. It's super uninteresting. Um, but wouldn't it be super fucking cool? But that's Dark Souls? No, no, no. Dark Soul. No, no. Oh, please work with me here. No. First of all, Dark Souls is not first person, which is a huge, huge, huge change in gameplay. Second of all, Dark Souls is really fun. Stamina management, rolling or dodging or whatever, block and parry add a lot to the game mechanics. Dark Souls is so fun to play that, spoilers, it ended up being like one of the most popular game series ever. So, what if you took everything we've learned about melee combat from Dark Souls and tried to fit it in the format of a first-person dungeon crawler? Now, obviously, you can't roll because that would make you throw up with the camera angle changing. But what if you had like a dash or a dart that you could do in different directions, right? And then rather than blocking being a passive thing where you just hold up the shield, you have to time it to do like the proper block. Because in reality, right, like in real fights where people had swords and shields, you don't just hold your shield up and the enemy just hits your shield, right? That's stupid. Like if you've got a little buckler and they've got a big axe, they're not going to go like, oh, the shield, and like hit the shield. Like they're going to hit the not shield. Like you have to bring the shield up to actively push away the. So basically Vermintide? Well, Vermintide does have a very good first-person combat system, doesn't it? Right? Vermintide feels like a lot of fun to play in first person. But imagine if you had like Vermintides. I actually think that's a good analogy to draw, yeah. What if you had Vermintides like moment-to-moment combat, but instead you had like a well-crafted first-person like dungeon crawling RPG world? How cool would that be? So this is Vermintide. Now it has some more outlandish stuff because it's the Warhammer universe, but if we can get to a point where people are doing melee here and not magic. It's got pretty good visceral melee combat. You know? But magic is fun. Okay, but I don't want it to feel like an FPS, right? It has to feel like a proper RPG. One of the main things that differentiates like an FPS with melee weapons and an RPG that's melee focused, I think, is that think of like Deus Ex or System Shock 2. You shouldn't start the game off as some kind of weapon god. The moment you hit go in Vermintide 2, you're a weapon god. Like even if you're level 1 in game, like your character, the character you're playing as, can fucking dual wield like fucking akimbo blunderbusses, and then like whip out a giant halberd and like fucking spin jump flat. Like if you're starting a proper RPG, I think a good RPG should have you losing against two dogs. That's my opinion, okay? That's the shit I like to see. If I'm playing a fucking RPG, the first combat encounter should be with one dog, and I leave with a third of my HP left, and then I see over the hill two dogs next to each other, and I think, fuck that. Fuck that. No. Fuck that. No. 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 I'm going to town. I'm getting a better weapon. Fuck that. That's what I'm talking. I love that shit. I love that shit. It's that you started from the bottom. Now we had to grind for that view. As you're on top of like the fucking evil Dark Lord's tower or whatever. I love that feeling. If you have the game dominated too much by FPS mechanics, then good players will be able to like fucking bunny hop their way through like 80% of the content because the mechanics allow for such a high ceiling in terms of like what you can do. But you have to work for that, in my opinion. So like a modern skill-based Morrowind? No, Morrowind's not a dungeon crawler. So basically not Ultra Kill. I just think that there aren't many games like what I'm describing. In fact, there are none. I'm describing a game that doesn't exist. I had an idea that was like, here's the premise, okay? Tell me if this doesn't sound dope. Like, you have like, you start off as this like young initiate in a jungle, like fighting, you know, oh well, there's an evil parrot, blah blah, you know, like the classic stuff. And the broader narrative is that it's kind of like a fantasy Aztec society, and you guys are getting fucked by the conquistadors right now. You guys are getting absolutely fucked. So your gods basically set aside like a pocket of the jungle to as a training ground for like young initiates to be thrown in there and to be very strong so they can go up against, and I'm talking like fantasy conquistadors, right? So I'm talking like 9 foot tall, like benighted, or sorry, not benighted, that means unintelligent. Like 9 foot tall knights with like these great shields that weigh 400 pounds that have like that are riding like golden lions or shit. Fucking what? Just imagine whatever the most like hyperbolic, mystical, like foreigners' representation of conquistadors would have been, and you have that. And the gods created like this training ground that you try to fuck it up in, like to get stronger in, so you can fight the conquistadors. But you came in too late. Your gods are long dead, and the further you move through it, it's like even this like protected sanctuary has kind of gotten fucked up by like fantasy European influence. So it goes from like first you're fighting in like the designated, like defeat this lion, great warrior, and you've got like the cool clubs and axes that like the like Jaguar warriors had, the Aztecs. Um and it goes further and further, and things are like sort of bleeding out, and everything's kind of fucked. You spend most of it fighting against like European I don't know. I feel like it could be super dope. I feel like it'd be super dope. Not to mention, like, I don't know what the fuck we're doing, like making all of our shit European or Japanese. Cause like I know the Japanese have cool shit, but like Aztec, um, the Aztecs had the coolest fucking aesthetics, dude. There's so much artistic license there for awesome, dope shit. It's great. Why are we not? Look at this fucking guy. Look at fucking Quetzalcoatl. Look at this fucking guy. You can do a million things with this. Literally Minecraft, yeah. Unfortunately, I could never even dream of trying to do any of this because I don't actually know how to do 3D modeling. I don't know how to do Blender. It's a skill that I don't have. I guess if you kept everything in like a deliberately low poly, low res art style, it might be possible to learn in the lifetime that I have left. Um, yeah, yeah. Because Western chauvinism? What? Aren't some of the Zelda temples Mesoamerican inspired? Yeah, I mean, there's inspiration around the place. The problem is that in the TTRPG slash RPG space, the woke skulls give the designers shit when they try to use non-Western culture. Nah, I don't use that as an excuse. Dude, woke skulls give people shit when they sneeze the wrong way. Don't worry about it. It's cool. It's all good. Look, Returnal has a lot of the qualities you've listed. Haven't I played Returnal? No, it's PS5 exclusive. Also, this is a third-person shooter roguelike. Kill yourself. Third-person shooter sci-fi roguelike? What the fuck are you talking about? Why do you guys do this to me? What? Jesus Christ. Don't kill yourself. I love you. I'm sorry. I just it's a it's a this is like a trope whenever I try to talk about stuff with the chat and they're like, "Oh, Skyrim." Funnily enough, of all the things I've ever talked about, this is the most like Skyrim thing with a couple of problems. First of all, Skyrim is shit. Second of all, Skyrim melee combat is literally the most butt-fucked, like uninteresting, like loser fucking shit in the universe, which is why nobody does it. Nobody does it. Zero people do it. You have to get mods to make it work in melee. Only fucking stealth archer shit is viable in the base game. And what was I saying? Yeah, magic is also dog shit. At least magic's interesting, you know. Another thing that I've kind of noticed is that like the Kingsfield type games with the dungeon crawling tend not to have like well-developed narrative elements. But I'd be interested in seeing how well you could humanize NPCs in that format. Um Like, really humanize them, you know? Every game that has NPCs should, like, give you tear jerkers, in my opinion, you know? You you know how, like never mind. Nah, I can't play Kingdom Come Deliverance. I've seen other people talk about, how bad the, combat is against multiple people. Wait, so do you think, like, Bannerlord combat would work in a dungeon crawler? Well, um, is Bannerlord first or third person? You can switch between, right? Yeah, well, dungeon crawlers used to be first person. Wasn't that the Might and Magic series? Might and Magic was grid based, I think. But like historically, the dungeon crawler started, I think, with or like Daggerfall. Yeah. Like Daggerfall, the like first Elder Scroll, not first, but like one of the older ones, right? Um, yeah, you like wander through a dungeon. Daggerfall, a complete retrospective, 3 hours 46 minutes. That's what I'm talking about. There's something about this that I just find so engaging. Like, yeah, like this, man. I've never played Daggerfall. Um, but like, okay, stop. Don't do the YouTuber shit for me. Just show the game. Thank you. Like, stuff like this, man. Like, yeah. Well, hey, this isn't even real 3D. It's 2.5D with the, character sprites. I could do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Holy shit, dude. I don't know what it is with the Elder Scrolls series and giving every fucking character the blue steel face. But Daggerfall is free, you know? Well, I want a modern iteration of this is the thing, you know? I want a modern, I want it to be heavily focused on the stuff that I'm interested in. Them some titties. God damn. Elder Scrolls games are ugly. I agree with that. I don't know what it is about Bethesda, but Elder Scrolls games are just ugly. Like all of them. It's not even like the graphics tech. There's just something about how they're made and how the art it's not even the same engine because you can do all the way back to Daggerfall, which is not the same engine as fucking Skyrim, but like all of it they're just ugly. To be fair, the Fallout games are too, but I think that that's compensated for by really good art direction. Like they're working with good initial material. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, Fallout 3 was bad graphically, but phenomenal. I mean, like art direction stuff. Don't forget the best Fallout wasn't made by them. Yeah, sure, but like New Vegas wasn't a very pretty game, right? It's just a very, 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 very good game. I'm arguing too much. I'm gonna get fucking tummy ache. Oh god. I love Elder Scrolls lore, though. I heard it's wild. Isn't Elder Scrolls lore like all the universe is a tube and somebody poked a hole in it and that's what the stars are? I don't fucking know. There's some crazy shit in the Elder Scrolls lore. Um, truly wacky. Nah, I don't like point and click dungeon crawlers. That doesn't interest me. The universe is a dream by an elder god? Hmm. Can we talk about how Kanye? Well, we will talk about Kanye. You know, I'm getting all the like autism posting out of the way now, so we can get to it after. I've never played it, but does this fit at all? Well, Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. I know for a fact that what I'm talking about like doesn't exist. I've heard Dark Messiah of Might and Magic is pretty dope though, at least in some ways. Thief games? No, no, I'm not just talking about any first person game. All right. The old Thief game. No. Hell yeah, Leslie. As a fellow autistic, I understand. Okay, wait. I'm gonna last ditch effort. Then we're finishing this. Then we're getting on with politics. Okay. Hold on. Let me be very clear about what I mean. Okay, I'm going to boot up. Okay, I did a lot of looking up last night. All the games you're mentioning right now, I know about. It is impossible that any of you will mention a game I don't know about. I know a lot about this because I spent a while looking. And here, Lunacid or Lunacid, possibly. is a game on early access right now that is that is like trying to do this, okay? I'm just showing you what I mean. That's what we're doing. Just real quick. It's not a game stream. I'm just... So, like, retro aesthetic, VHS tape, blah-de-blah. Accursed Tomb. Yeah. Okay. Right off the bat, this is the feel that I'm talking about. You see what I mean? Like, this is like the feel. Let me go to the blood mire. No, I like the style a lot too. The problem that I have with this game, the thing that's fucking me up, is that this game, I love the art style. The problem is this game is just recreating the old ones. It's not innovating, I think. So, like, here's my issue. Where's the enemy? This fucking guy. Okay? So here's an enemy, right? Hemo crawler. Hemolith, okay? Like every enemy in this game, he walks up, he does the attack. He's got one attack animation. Walks up, the attack. Walks up, the attack. Get back here. Get back here. Get. Walks up. Ah, he got me that time. See? I walk up, I attack, I dodge, I walk up, I attack, I dodge, I walk up. He attacks. Right. Meh. 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 Okay, Resident Sleeper. I'm sleepy. I'm eepy now. This is what I mean. What we need is what we've learned from the Dark Souls iteration. Like having enemies with more complicated AI, having a dash on your part, and an active dodge and block. To be fair though, this game does have an interesting, if you hit block with certain types of weapons, you dash backwards. I actually like that a lot. See, look? I'm not moving. It does that on its own. It's a stat. It's called like backstep. So whenever you block, you do a little dash back. I like that a lot actually. I think that's pretty nice. But like if you had like a quick step instead of just zooming around at 1,000,000 miles an hour because I put all my fucking stat points into speed. See, I have 75 points into speed. It literally just makes you run faster. Apart from that, and have enemies with complicated AI, you know? Do you guys remember the ninjas from Half-Life 1? Or the wolves from the, Ashes of Ariandel Dark Souls 3 DLC? You guys know what I'm talking about? If there were enemies like that would, like, dart around... Here's the thing. In a first-person game like this, enemies that will try to get behind you are a massive fucking threat, right? Like, in Dark Souls, it's third person, which means that if an enemy is behind you, you can very quickly turn around and attack. In first person, it is a massive threat to be surrounded, like in real life, because real life is first person. So having enemies that would try to, like, stand here, dart around, like, all that crap, you know? Like, I feel like, ooh, like, I don't know, man. I feel like there's so much potential for good combat here, but everything is acting the way it did back in, like, 97. Here, take me to the... Walsh needs to check his view settings. I set the field of view to what it is right now for a reason. Look at these big moths. Look at how cool they are, right? They're beautiful. I really like these enemies. You know what they do? They do a little spell like that. They do a little attack. And that's it. You know how you defeat them? You walk up to them. And you fucking... Were these things always called Ganmaketsu? Oh, they're probably like immune to light damage, right? Because they're like light moths? Hold on. No, you hit me. They hit me. Alright. Get. Wait a second, I think this is like a random boss. Wait, I'm dead. How long has that fucking guy been there? This is a low-level area. Wait. Wait. Are they still gonna be there? But it looks just like the regular moths. Walsh, I thought this was gonna be a politics stream. Shut the fuck up! That's another one right over there. Are you, like, special? Wait. Identify. Ketsu. Okay. Let me just kill this guy. What are you doing here? You might note, of course, that the process of actually killing a unique enemy is just, like, sort of the same. Are all the moths like that? They are. Oh, they just replaced all the enemies here with more difficult variants. Okay. One thing this game does have that I like is if you hit an enemy in, like, a critical area, like the antennas, you can do, like, an extra bonus chunk of damage by, like, knocking off a limb or something. Wait, do those give extra EXP? Oh my god, they do. What the fuck? Okay, never mind. Alright. Does everyone get my point? Can we move on? Move on. Can we move on? Alright. How is that not innovation? What? I didn't say there was... Never mind. Not getting baited. Okay. How many people do we lose for that? Probably thousands. Okay, great. You people have no patience. Ugh. Never beating the autism allegations. Pigeon. Pigeon. No, we were just about to start the politics. Stop. Literally got her fucking head poking out of the bathroom like a goddamn cartoon character peeking around a corner. All right. I'm trying to find the goddamn screenshots with Kanye West's text with Diddy Combs. Hold on. Why the fuck why do these dipshit fucking lifestyle news articles not screenshot the shit they're referring to, knowing fully well that Instagram is going to end up deleting it? Does this have screenshots? Instagram restricted use account. Does this have... I have the one of the tweet. I have the one of the tweet. Where the fuck is the screenshot of the text messages? On Insta. That he got knocked off Insta for. No, I have the tweets. They keep linking to it, but it's gone because it got deleted. Why would they not screenshot it? Do these people not know basic, like, internet racism etiquette? They get paid by the story, not the quality of the work. Yeah, a lot of these sites don't even have real writers anymore. They have AI writers do it. Okay, I don't think that video is it. Maybe they want the controversy gone when it gets deleted. No, that's stupid. People love talking about this shit. Oh, sorry, it's not Kanye, it's Ye. My bad. Shouldn't it be Ye, right? Because it's Kanye, so Ye? It is. Ye West. Yay. Yay. There we go. Finally, I fucking found them. Holy shit. All right. Oh, there's so much to this. Kanye West. Or actually, Ye West. It's going to be tough for me to remember that because I don't really pay attention much to celebrity stuff. So when they change their names, I'm kind of like overwriting a bunch of very early programming and how to refer to them. Yeah, kind of a wacky guy, as it turns out, proving to the world, as I have before, that bipolar disorder makes you anti-Semitic. No, not really. Okay, here's the problem. West, just say West, okay, is incredibly mentally ill, and it makes it difficult for me to care about or comment on the stuff that he says, like, for example, in his recent interview with Tucker Carlson, because usually when conservatives say stuff that's incoherent and hateful, there's a kind of like underlying political message to it. But most of what West is saying is just well, it's manic disorder, right? Okay, man, where do I? Okay, so Tucker Carlson is a guy who exists, much to the detriment of the rest of us, and he did an interview.
I fact checked them. He was
Ouch, bolster.
Great. There's our man. All right, got a beard. Very trustworthy. Fantastic.
you know, their main tool is, you know, that they use are artists and influencers, right? But then,
But who is they? We'll find out soon. So West has a brain disease called bipolar disorder. It's something that I have as well, though probably not as bad as him. Definitely not as bad as him. So basically, bipolar disorder can cause people to experience alternating bouts of manic depression and mania. Essentially, they're ping pong balling between two emotional states. One of which, usually, in which people have low self esteem, low opinion of themselves, suicidal ideation, that sort of thing. You guys know what goes along with depression. But the other, less understood half of the bipolar equation is the manic side. And manic behavior can manifest in a bunch of different ways. You know, there's like minor mania, which there's minor mania, like what cats demonstrate nonstop when I'm trying to work. There's sometimes, you know, sometimes like mania can demonstrate in a positive fashion. Like it can just be uplifting and you can feel energetic. That's not impossible, but that's usually like the lowest end of manic expression. At higher ends, you have people who will like go out and gamble all their money away because they think they're incapable of losing. Like they think that the universe is tuned towards them in terms of luck. They can think they're invulnerable. They can like go and walk. Like they can go on like 5-day walks around it, like a city, just like walking around because they have all this energy. What's important to understand is that it's not just like bipolar isn't just alternating between happy and sad. It's alternating between like delusional negativity and delusional positivity. Generally speaking, both states are destructive. And in Ye's state, as best as I can tell, my man over here is has, I guess, what you would call one of the more pathological expressions of manic behavior, which is megalomania. Which is that his manic episodes, in addition to him being irrational and wacky and kooky and stuff, seem to manifest as a kind of like god complex in a way. Yes, sans Undertale Ye West. Yes. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? If you watch this, if you watch the interview with Tucker Carlson, he talks about talking about like being a warrior for God, or like a holy like it goes beyond just having a high opinion of yourself. It's like this delusionally inflated, usually like metaphysical or spiritually. Yeah, I mean he literally has called himself God. Yeah. So anyway, my man over here not doing so great. He refuses to take his meds because he thinks it makes him less of an artist. I don't know much about music, but he's apparently quite a good artist. He recently wore a White Lives Matter shirt with Candace Owens. There they are. Yi demonstrating the classic sort of bald guy caterpillar ripple on the back of the neck over here, which is a great fashion compliment. Yi has come a long way since accusing George W. Bush of not caring about black people. Unfortunately, he's gone quite downhill. It's not good. It's not good. Not good at all. Victim of divorce court. Oh, I'm sure. There's this whole thing with him and Kim Kardashian, and I'm so sorry. It's a level of analysis that I just can't add to this issue. I just don't know. I'm sorry. From what I've seen, like in the screenshots that I've seen from Instagram, it's basically just Kim Kardashian being normal and him being very not normal. As far as I can tell, that's the nature of the dynamic. And again, please understand this is coming from somebody who does not give a shit about Kim Kardashian, but like he just seems like weird, like divorced guy energy, just like insane harassing her, you know? And he got nuked off of Instagram like just the other day after he shared text message logs of him arguing with Diddy, who criticized him for the White Lives Matter shirt, which were interesting. But before we get to that, God, there's so much here. Oh my God. Diddy? I believe that's presumably Diddy FKA Puff Daddy. I assume so. No, Diddy Kong, the Smash character, makes their star appearance. Yeah. I'm sorry. Guys, I'm wading into the celebrity stuff as best as I can. Didn't he also post a picture of a monkey who was skinned alive? If he did, I don't know about it, but he probably shouldn't do that. He did? Okay. Well, anyway, as long for an album cover, okay. As long as we're covering the issues here, the White Lives Matter thing, why is it controversial? So I imagine most people who watch me already know why, but to put it simply, the statement Black Lives Matter is not the statement only Black Lives Matter, and nobody thinks that, nobody who says it, at least. The statement is meant to be a repudiation of the cultural logic that Black lives don't matter, as is represented whenever you see like black issues thrown under the rug, black on black crime being dismissed as like cultural problems as opposed to deliberate socioeconomic racism, police violence against black people being justified. These are attitudes that reinforce a cultural idea that when black people die or kill each other, it's just there's a reason why it's a narrative trope that generally speaking police don't get involved when like people are getting hurt unless there's like a white girl who goes missing. There's a lot wrapped up in that. The Black Lives Matter movement is broadly just like, hey, we matter too. The White Lives Matter slogan leaving aside the fact that it is exclusively repped by white supremacists, you know, like leaving aside the guilt by association stuff, is bad because it's an implicit response to the suggestion that the statement Black Lives Matter means only Black Lives Matter. Essentially, the statement Black Lives Matter too would only make sense if culture already believes that white lives do matter, which of course it does, obviously, and basically every cultural or you know media outlet, the lives of white people are, you know, treated with, I think, a proportional amount of gravitas. So the suggestion here is basically like, no, actually, we're the victims. And Kanye, or sorry, Ye here is presumably you know, having a manic episode slash stirring up controversy slash trying to draw headlines to himself, you know, by walking around Candace Owens, known Hitler defender, with the White Lives Matter shirt, you know. There's a big culture in conservative circles with like the pick me black people whose entire jobs it is to say like, well, actually Republicans are the anti-racists and Democrats are the real racists. Like that's Candace Owens' entire thing. Now, Candace Owens is herself a racist if she can be said to believe anything. She has literally busted out the 1350 arguments before George Floyd was no angel. The whole like 9 yards. Like she has pulled out every argument I've ever heard from neo-Nazis to defend and justify the harm done to black people, both interpersonally and societally. So, you know, if she believes anything at all, if she does have any sincere beliefs, they are racist ones. To what extent she's just a paid grifter, I mean, who knows? She seemed genuinely pretty angry when she got called out for defending Hitler. So, you know, whatever. So, that's why that's bad. Then, obviously, after Ye, uh, you know, did the White Lives Matter shirt thing, elicited criticism broadly, probably deserved. And following that, Ye posted text convos that he had with P. Diddy, which were interesting, and then got him nuked off Instagram, which is neat. So, remember, we're seeing this from Ye's perspective here. So blue is him. I don't like our convo. I'm selling these teas. Nobody gets in between me and my money. Great. This is my grandfather texting you now. Again, remember, he's very mentally ill. Never call me with no bullshit like that again unless you're ready to greenlight me, because anybody who got on that tea is me. Out of respect for everything you've meant to me, I'll be quiet as Virgil, but now I know how I've hurt people I love with threats. Come do something illegal to me now, please. Again, I have to stress, he is deeply mentally ill. He literally refuses to take his meds. So. Then Puff, in a flagrant violation of civil etiquette, says the N-word. Crazy. Send me an address. Let's stop playing these internet games. Don't feel threatened. You'll be fine. Just love. And Ye says, this ain't a game. I'ma use you as an example to show the Jewish people that told you to call me that no one can threaten or influence me. I told you this was war. Now gun get you some business. An interesting drop there. And then Puff says, let's meet face to face. Send me an address. And then Ye says, fuck you, you fed. So, Ye acting actually like the perfect 4chan white nationalist here, where he blames his opponent's behavior on Jewish people, accuses them of being feds, and also threatens to meet me IRL, say that in person to me, bitch, keyboard warrior, and then backs out of it. Just, you know, so Ye said, I'm just trying to talk to you as a black man. I'm talking to you because this is hurting our people. Stop. And Ye said, anything you text, I will post. I love you, and you guys are breaking my heart. I accept your apology in advance. So again, fully mentally ill. There's very little to be said here. You know, obviously a manic episode, completely incoherent, not doing well, having a mental breakdown. Yes, Diddy did respond, posted a video. Here we go. hate Instagram's format. I never use this site. I'm so in not shallow waters for myself here.
What's up? Check this out, y'all. I am not about to be addressing every last thing that's going on in the world on the internet. But the thing I do have to address is this White Lives Matter t-shirt. I've always been there, and I will always support my brother Kanye as a free thinker. But the White Lives Matter t-shirt, I don't rock with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with it. And with the press and what fashion is doing, thinking it's a joke. But right now, all America has planned for us is poverty, incarceration, and death. So before I could get to any other lives matter, which all lives matter, you know what I'm saying? That Black Lives Matter, don't play with it. If you don't wear the shirt, don't buy the shirt, don't play with the shirt. It's not a joke.
I agree. Seems like a good sentiment. He does look exhausted here. He looks like so tired. All right. Well, let's not let's not beat around the bush there. What was that about Ye accusing Diddy of acting on behalf of the Jews? It was an interesting one right there. You know, definitely a wacky approach. So a bit after that, you know, he got banned off Insta for the anti-Semitism, presumably. And then Ye went on to Twitter, where he was welcomed by Elon Musk, immediately indicated he would be running for office in 2024. On what platform, I have no idea. Presumably not a good one. And then he posted this banger, his own 416. I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew also. You guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who opposes your agenda. So, couple of things. First of all, I don't know if he meant to say DEFCON 3 in like an implicit death threat, or if he meant DEFCON 3, which is, you know, a sort of national emergency warning. DEFCON 3 is a festival. It's a festival called DEFCON 3. If I Google that, I bet it'll just be on Ye. Yeah, it's just, if you Google that right now, it's just people talking about Ye. Yeah. Because everyone's reporting on it. Which, to be fair, a giant celebrity saying that he's going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people is admittedly a little bit alarming. I'll say it! You know, Black Lives Matter and all, but you know what? If it was a white boy who posted that he was going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, that motherfucker would have gotten banned off Twitter. Ye only had that tweet deleted. But they were white? No, I'm serious. Yeah. Anti-Semitism from white people is taken more seriously than anti-Semitism from black people. Look at Luis Farrakhan and the way the media treats him for an example of that. Or Nick Cannon, right? Yeah. So, right now, Ye is, he's expressing, his sort of, adjacency to a political tendency called, you've probably heard the term like Hotep used sort of deferentially, Black Israelitism, which is a whole thing. Let me put it this way, okay? You know how everyone all around the world historically has been really normal about Jewish people? Like all throughout history, we've just been really normal about Jewish people, you know? That's definitely a thing. Yeah, famously. Well, here's the thing. There's kind of how would you put it, a dialectic in Western society with Jewish people. Or at the very least, there is an internal antagonism, and it's this, you know? Anti-Semitism has been really common for thousands of years in what we call Western society. However, Jesus Christ of Nazareth was a Jew. Jesus was a Jew. And those around him, his apostles, those close to him, his people, were Jewish. which is weird, right? You know, you'd have mostly Christian canon be like really anti-Semitic against what are essentially like the starting people of Christianity, you know? And of course, right, like the Catholic Church blamed the Jews for the crucifixion of Christ because they thought it was definitely like the local Jewish leaders and not the Roman government that was pressuring them. And you can look at historical evidence to indicate that the Romans were leaning so heavily on blah, 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 blah. Look, it's complicated. It's complicated. It's very complicated. The point that I'm trying to get at here is that at various points in history, different ethnic groups have had cranks within them who have tried to claim that they're the real Jews. This is a real thing. British Israelitism, I think, or is it British Hebrewism? It's one of those two. Is a real thing. I think in the 19th century, when it was most predominant, where they believed that actually, like Jesus Christ and his apostles and what have you, like they weren't like, you know, they weren't in Nazareth, whatever. They were British. They were British. The Mormons here in America believe that actually, like, it was in North America. The Native Americans were actually like the founding people, you know, of the Christian religion. There's been this like obsession with sort of rewriting the presence of Jewish people to make your ethnic group the like starting point, if that makes any sense. You can probably find stuff like this for a bunch of different majority Christian cultures, you know, like I wouldn't be surprised if there are like French Israelites and like Italian Israelites and stuff. In fact, I'm almost certain that there are, you know, who believe like, oh, actually, no, due to this like really complicated historical bullshit that like doesn't make any sense. Actually, like we were Christ, you know, like you can see that. Yeah. Welsh Israelitism, you know what? Right. So anyway, very normal stuff. And black Hebrew Israelites are people who think essentially that the real Jews are black people, that Jesus was black and the apostles were black, everyone around. Oh, apostle, not apostle. Thank you. That they were, you know, all cool, had afros and stuff. And that actually, and this is a common belief as well, that the people we know as Jews today are usurpers. This is a belief, like Luis Farrakhan, the new Black Panther Party, oh God, what's the name? Muhammad Ali was part of them. I'm blanking right now. Like Malcolm X, the Nation of Islam. Thank you. Yeah. Nation of Islam. Yeah. The idea is basically like black people are the real God's chosen people, and the so-called Jews are actually usurpers who are trying to rob black people of their sort of God-given chosen people status by pretending to have been the Israelites. No, yeah, black Israelites used to be a much more active political force. Yeah, you can find them on the street. Hold on. I want you guys to know where this all comes from. Walsh, this is all retarded. Yep. New York City, black Israelites. Black Hebrew Israelites versus Israeli Parks Authority. Sure, why not? Will this demonstrate the point? Who knows?
Beit Israel is a community originally from the United States with roots in the Black Hebrew Israelites movement. Now based in Israel, the religious group believes Tel Arad to be the true Jerusalem.
These are the people of the book. That's right.
The Israeli government, however, does not recognize Tel Arad as a holy site.
Israel have a law, you see, that indicates that if you have a holy place within the land of Israel, that you should be able to...
The black Hebrew Israelites committed hate crimes in New York. If I remember correctly, the black Hebrew Israelites are actually one of the most disproportionately terroristic groups in America. They killed Malcolm X, yeah, but like beyond that, like they actually commit a wildly disproportionate amount of hate crimes and terrorist attacks relative to Vosh, what do you mean historical evidence in regard to Jesus? We don't even know if there was a real person. I think most people agree that Jesus really was a preacher at that time who was killed, from what I've read. I don't want to get into it. I'm sure this is probably a wildly complicated topic. But anyway, from whatever people talk about, you know, I think even in the canon of like Christian mythology, I think you can squarely lay the blame for Jesus's crucifixion on the Romans. No, you will not, Merrick. Do you know why the group was called Nation of Islam if they are black Israelites? That is an excellent question. The Nation of Islam, as I understand it, has kind of had this weird, like, ideological schism. I don't know the extent to which it gets addressed internally, but there does seem to be a very weird overlap between black Israelites and black Muslims, but some of them believe the same thing. I don't know. I don't know. Let's just attribute it to mental illness, okay? Can we do that? Can we let's just assume that this is the product of constant infighting and relentless internal fracturing. And just not think about it too much. Oh, here we are. Who are the black Hebrew Israelites? Thank you. Yes.
Oh my God. One of the shooters, David Anderson, was linked to the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. It has many sects, but law enforcement tells us he may have been connected to the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, often described as a racist hate group. Pix 11's Mary Murphy went to the sect's Jersey City location on Wednesday.
A law enforcement source told Pix 11 he became affiliated with the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ here in Jersey City, which was shuttered today.
A statement provided to Pix 11 by the sect's attorney denied any affiliation with Anderson or his murderous colleague, Francine Graham. It said, quote, "We emphatically denounce their deplorable and unspeakable actions and offer our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of the victims." End of quote.
Well, I didn't know this news story would be about after they killed someone, but I guess now we know. Yeah. I mean, the most recent, like, active example I think we have of the Black Israelite sort of tradition hitting the mainstream is the Black Hammer Party. The people who were encouraging white people to engage in Maoist reparation payments so they could go out and, like, steal indigenous land to, like, go play Smash on the couch or whatever. Kidnapping, killed someone, I think. Someone died, or no, someone died in their compound. It's a whole thing. If there's anything that I want you to take from all of this, okay, it's this, all right? This is a movement that is deeply, deeply, deeply saturated with mental illness. Can we get that? Let's leave that. Okay? Just from top to bottom, at every level, the leaders, the people below, a lot of this mental illness, I think, is caused by trauma. Being black in America is going to cause trauma. You know society doesn't give a shit about you. I totally get that. I understand that a lot of black people want to connect their heritage to something greater, and the legacy of Christ is quite possibly like the greatest cultural touchstone in the history of Western canon. So I understand where it comes from, but it's still absolutely batshit. It's completely insane. It is tied to so many bad things. And honestly, not to paternalize here, but I genuinely think they're kind of doing black people dirty because there's like so much cool shit in the history of Africa, you know? But a lot of these black Hebrew Israelites really want to sort of like, they want to take like Rome or Egypt or Jesus Christ, you know, which kind of makes it seem like, I mean, you know, if one was a white supremacist, I imagine they would find it quite funny that the intellectual canon that the black Hebrew Israelites want to take are those that are products not of like their own racial history, because it would be like, oh, well, then why don't you go to your own history, you know? But there's a lot of cool stuff in Africa, like a lot of really cool stuff, you know? The battle for African colonialism was not one that Europe just like won over, you know? This was like a centuries-long bloody war, and many African cultures were able to win or at least delay their own loss with spears and shields against people with rifles. which, you know, one thing that always bothered me, by the way, is that why is it that if you're on 4chan, nothing is more Giga Chad than fighting people with like swords, spears, shields, and axes when they have guns, but then when it's black people doing it, all of a sudden it's because they're stupid and like low civ. That doesn't make any sense. When we read those stories about those couple of guys in World War II who like stormed bunkers with swords, we're like, yeah, that's awesome, you know? Or you hear about like Giga Chad alpha male like return to tradition guys who are like, you know, yeah, they may have had guns, but we had our fucking muscles, you know. But then when it's black people who are doing that in real life on civilizational levels, or you have like Shaka Zulu or whatever, like winning for a time, and it's like, oh well, actually that's because they're monkeys or whatever. What? How does that make any sense? Whatever. Maybe Africans were just too masculine to hold guns, you know? Maybe they thought that those rifles just looked like dicks. All these Europeans come over and they're like working the shaft of their big rifles, and the Giga Chad 7-foot tall African tribesmen warriors are like in their like you know, their like fur loincloths are like laughing and like pointing. That's sort of like the ideological root of the white racist obsession with cuckold porn, isn't it? It would be like some like role play porn story or whatever, where you have like you you have like the Dutch or the Portuguese or something in Africa, and there are a bunch of like these wimpy white guys that are like huddling together with their like their rifle formations, as these gigantic, masculine, square-jawed Africans have like one hand pointing and laughing and the other like grabbing the ass of their like mega thick fucking tribeswoman. Okay. All right. Anyway, I'm just saying, listen, the timeline could have gone a lot of different ways, is all I'm saying. Could have gone a lot of different directions. Wide variety. God. Okay, let's get serious now. Where are we going from here? Well, here's the thing, okay? Ye West is deeply mentally ill. I think we can all agree on that. And also, he's an anti-Semite. Being bipolar does not make you like this. Just to let you guys know, okay? Being bipolar doesn't make you cozy up to Trump, wear a White Lives Matter shirt, and then threaten to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. Without you having already been bad. My frustration is that a lot of people are still treating Ye like a victim, which, like, he's so powerful, and he's choosing not to take his meds. He's not a victim. I don't think people are like, oh, you know, he's being manipulated by the conservatives, or like, I don't reserve any sympathy here. Like, he's unfathomably wealthy and powerful. He's making the choice to not take the meds or use the medical care that he has infinite and unlimited access to. And then he's like posting Nazi propaganda on the TL, you know? Let's assign some agency here, you know? He's a grown-ass man. It's on him. Yeah. Historically, black Hebrew Israelites have gotten along with the far right and white supremacists. It's not exactly an unlikely pairing. Ultra super racist black people who are anti-Semites and ultra super racist white people who are anti-Semites are generally unified by their strongest principal shared belief, which is anti-Semitism. When you're uniting groups of people who have different interests, you always need to give them a common enemy. We understand this, of course, because we want to unite people of different political interests against the bourgeoisie. You know, this is not like a bad tactic. It's a neutral one. Anyone can use it. But likewise, anti-Semitism tends to be sort of a unifying force here. It doesn't help that there's also kind of a shared between white Nazis and black Hebrew Israelites, a shared belief that Jewish people run the recording industry, like the music industry broadly. White supremacists believe that Jews run the music industry to produce degenerate garbage like hip-hop and rock and roll and rap, which makes their daughters have sex with black men. That's really what they believe. Whereas black Hebrew Israelites tend to believe that Jewish people control the music industry in order to, like, crimp off the profits of the black artists, which is admittedly a better story. I mean, that's a better pretext, but it's still anti-Semitism and it's still untrue. The exploitation of working artists is a habitual and like completely consistent factor in all forms of commodity production everywhere, regardless of the ethnicities of those involved. You can go to the music or cultural industries of any other country on earth. It's not a Jewish thing or anything else. By the way, there is, as is so often the case, the nugget of truth behind the lie. There are a disproportionate number of Jews in positions of authority in the music industry. And do you know why that is? It's because only black people made good music in this country, and white labels wouldn't run with them. That's literally it. Seriously. Black people, blues, jazz, R&B, rock and roll, hip hop, rap, and like churning out the fucking greats, you know? And historically, the people most willing to work with black people on cultural production have been largely Jewish. The reason for this is because all over the country, Jews and black people were put in the same slums. Meaning that, like, to the extent that you have like some kind of cross-ethnic collaboration, you know, Jews and racial minorities broadly have been you know, have worked together in many fashions. It's the same reason there are a lot of Jews in Hollywood. It's because they fucking set up shop over here and were able to take advantage of some of the technology without getting fucking sued by Thomas Edison, who was very anti-Semitic. And they were able to work with some poorer artists. And artists had a tendency to be shunned by broader white society, right? Think of like the 1910s, 20s, 30s, 40s. A lot of artists, like real auteur artists, you know. It's not like all these people are out here, you know, like composing classical sonnets. These people are bold and daring, creating new things, as many black artists did. And broader white society hates that. White people hate spicy food. Really, every time Jewish people get blamed for something, it's because like it's fucking white people's. There are, of course, white Jews, but you know what I mean. Broader white hegemony, Gentiles, whatever. It's just consistently, you know. Just keep getting blamed for shit other people put them in. Yeah. And mostly female directors in the beginning. Yeah, a lot of female directors and a lot of black directors. There were a lot of black directors during the early days of film. Of course, they weren't allowed to show their stuff in many theaters, so they'd have to go around and broadcast that stuff in like local community theaters. You know, they would have to be like essentially crowdfunded. I mean, imagine trying to, in the 1920s, imagine trying to like maintain a film production budget off of the contributions of a black audience during the Jim Crow era, you know? Not a lot of money to work with. I think you're underestimating the damage that getting cucked by a Jewish guy had on Kanye's psyche. Pete Davidson's probably the cause of a lot of this. Wait, is Kim Kardashian's newest squeeze Jewish? Oh god, it always is that simple, isn't it? Wait, do we mean the comedian and actor? Is that who we're talking about? Who are we talking about? Wait, it wasn't. Wait, I remember this. Wasn't it like she cheated with him or something? I think I saw bits of this drama. They broke up. Yeah, but it was like, is this guy Jewish? Born in Staten Island. Yep, he's Jewish. 100%. This guy is 1 year older than me. Holy shit. But he looks a decade younger. Davidson's father, predominantly Jewish ancestry. Wait! Judaism is matrilineal. His mother is of Irish and German ancestry. If his father is of Jewish ancestry, then there's no guarantee at all that he was taught anything about Judaism. Read the next sentence. There's Irish, younger sister, Catholic, enrolled in St. Francis. Yeah. His dad died in 9/11. Steering the plane. That's a conservative take. Well, a lot of Jews are very culturally conservative. No, I know the Nazis wouldn't care. Yeah, and was raised Catholic, yeah. If there's anything to which I praise God for, like, it's that I grew up in a neighborhood with mostly Jewish people, because Jewish people don't proselytize. Thank God for that. Christians will try to make you Christian. Muslims will try to make you Muslims. Jewish people will not try to make you Jewish. Not most of them, at least. you know, there's like all those stories about how if you want to convert to Judaism, like the rabbi has to turn you away 3 times. You know what I mean? Persian Jews, negation F. Yeah. Yes, Jews tend to vote for the Democratic Party for the most part. Wait, is this real? Yo, it's Skate. Can you please take a second, calm down? It's 8 a.m. It don't gotta be like this. Kim is literally the best mother I've ever met. She does for those kids amazing. You're so fucking lucky. She's your moms. I've decided I'm not gonna let you treat us this way anymore. I'm done being quiet. Go the fuck up. Oh, use a prevent where you're in bed with your wife. Damn, is that real? That's dope. Hope this guy had enough money for a security detail after this. It's real, Amal. Dope. Man, no wonder Ye's mentally ill. That's messed up, very cruel. Honestly, I think you can be as mean as you want, TA. Wasn't he being like incredibly shit to Kim before this? Like yeah, like again, what chat people in chat have like an infinite tolerance for like sort of cruelty to Elon Musk, but like Ye's just a shit person, right? I don't know. Yeah, he was being unhinged to her. Yeah. Pete Davidson's also rumored to have a massive dick, so it might be fueling some insecurity. Dope. Hell yeah. He was psycho to Kim when they broke up. Yeah. When he got divorced, Kanye bought a house right next to Kim. Great. Well, what did we learn today? Well, if we learned anything, I would say we learned that Kanye is a pretty massive threat to cultural, you know, progress. Because you basically just have like this random ultra popular wealthy powerful artist who just got hit with a brick and is now like ideologically not far off from being a neo-Nazi. Yeah, if we learned anything, it's take your meds. Take your fucking meds. Davidson literally gets the women because he's super nice, according to co-stars. Yeah, if ever there was a time where being really nice to women is going to get you mad pussy, it's recently divorced or like going to divorce ladies. Because they're usually divorcing for a reason because their ex-husband or current husband is a cunt, and then you get to go up to them and they're like, man, my day's been shit. And you can be like, really? Tell me about it. And they fucking come because normally they just get hit in the face when they say that. Basically what I'm saying is here's my secret to manipulate women for sex, okay? Be nice to them and listen to them and respect their feelings. Those dumb bitches fall for it every time. And then afterwards you're set. Just be kind and considerate and respectful towards them and you fucking got them. Just incredibly easy. Top V. Top V. Bitches love respect. New Ye banger. Oh god. Oh, that's not new. Yeah. All right. All right. God. My dad told me to just lie and say you love them works every time. No, you have to tell the truth and say that you love them. That's the real secret. Your dad's only half right. We're getting right to politics. Hold on. Did you see Ukraine blow up that bridge? God, please, hold on. My goodness. That is what I wanted to go over next because it's very short. Let me get the damn video. Videos. Yeah, the bridge is even shorter now. Hold on. Get the videos. Okay, got that. Where's the video of the explosion? Hold on. Here it is. Just a moment. Hey, Zan. Having fun fighting all the pedophiles on Twitter? That Rob guy you argued with is a piece of shit on Ukraine. Yeah, I know. The Rob Rousseau guy is, I think, generally kind of a piece of shit, unfortunately, on Twitter. All right, ready to go? We're going to start with my favorite kind of segment. Behold, the world. It's got a lot of problems, folks. Not good. But somewhere in the world, something is going right. For you see, in the ongoing war on Ukraine, Russia has but a few lines through which it can supply its southern forces right around here. Namely, a bridge. A big, single bridge. The Crimean Bridge. If something were to happen to this bridge, Russia would lose its ability to resupply forces easily through Crimea. And the southern regions of Ukraine would be Ukraine's for the taking. Hypothetically. Update. A second plane has hit the Crimean Bridge. It's out of commission, folks. It's not good. Not good at all. Look at that. Woo! Now, details on this are still a bit sparse, okay? This is a video captured by a security camera. Let's see what it shows.
КамАЗ, Ларгус. При заезде, получается. На сторону Керчи.
Bright light warning.
Правая полоса в сторону Керчи.
And now it's gone.
КамАЗ, Ларгус. При заезде, получается.
Pretty neat. Now, let's address a couple of things right off the bat. There are some people on Twitter, including quite disappointingly Rob Rousseau, who are claiming that this is an act of terrorism when bridges that act as military supply lines are literally the most clearly defined legitimate target for attacks possible. It's difficult to even imagine if attacks against bridges used as military supply lines are terrorism, then so were the Allied forces bombing German rail lines during World War II, then so was like every attack ever. If that's the case, then war and terrorism mean the exact same thing, and there's no such thing as like non-terrorism in a war, and that's very dumb. So no getting around that, Attacking bridges is mean, though. That's true. Second of all, one of the ways in which the Russian apologists and Russia are saying this is terrorism is by claiming that the way the bridge was destroyed was through a truck bomb. Now, the method of the bridge's destruction doesn't matter, obviously. It's no more a terrorism if it was a truck bomb suicide attack than if it was a missile or some other method. However, I don't believe this was a truck bomb. I'm synthesizing some information that I've seen here, and I am no explosives expert, so please understand that I am only repeating stuff that I've seen people say more convincingly. I believe that bombs were placed at key support structures underneath the bridge, for a couple of reasons. First of all, if it was indeed a truck bomb, I feel like the flames from the explosion would have spread out more laterally. You would see more of it spread out across the bridge since the explosion was detonated on the surface of the bridge. However, it seemed to be largely structural with a large flash, and then as it clears, you see that the truck was right here, but the fire only extends maybe a couple dozen feet beyond. I don't know if a missile would be able to hit with this degree of precision reliably. My personal guess is that bombs were placed on the bridge. That is my personal guess. It doesn't really matter. It is just a belief that I have. There's a video of a missile hitting it. I've seen people disputing the missile thing. Again, you know, it doesn't really matter. Just my personal opinion. Got kablamoed. Got babangoed. The bridge is not completely out of operation. Apparently, there are still people driving across the... not that part, obviously. Videos of missiles hitting are super fake. That is my opinion. We know it was not a truck bomb. Here's a full thread with analysis. Again, it doesn't really matter, but here we go. Initial indications that the Kerch Bridge was hit by a truck bomb IED. Damage to the bridge seems overall consistent with this. Oh my god, all the Twitter videos now. But Vosh, with civilians involved, isn't this kind of terrorism? Please explain. I'm very dumb. No. Unfortunately, in war, civilians are going to get hurt. That's literally unavoidable. It may have been the case that, like, thousands of years ago, armies would just meet in a field, and they would sort of duke it out there, and then whoever won gets to rape all the women in all the nearby villages, but that's just not how war works anymore. If that was the case, then again, like, every military action would be terrorism now, because, you know, I think we would call it terrorism if it was a deliberate attack on a civilian population that didn't serve any strategic... Oh god, this is complicated. Okay, so basically in World War II, there were some Western generals who were like, hey, you know how we distinguish between civilian and military targets? Well, since civilians work to support the economy that builds the army, wouldn't that mean that actually all civilians are military targets? And then we invented the concept of strategic bombing, which is where we say that we didn't miss any military targets because there are no non-military targets. We did that, and it was bad when we did that. Then we nuked Tokyo. No, wait, not Tokyo. Japan, twice. Wasn't great. Shouldn't have done that. Bad idea. We killed a lot of people. Not great. I don't like that. However, bombing a bridge that is used for military resupply is not that. You know, it is a direct military target directly. Even if civilians are hurt, which is unfortunate, that is a thing that happens in war. Okay. The railings blown out were in the video do indicate that the truck was the center of the explosion. There's not much damage visible on the roadway as the section directly below the truck is underwater. Damage to the section in red caused it to break in half. Let's be seeing the video run. Location of the blast also aided the blue section sliding off its support into the water. Man, look at all these videos. Woo! Did any civilians die? I think 3 did. Wacky. As for other theories, currently appears to be a wake appearing under the section. This can indicate a possible boat. Yeah, see, people said that a boat sped away right before it blew up. Why would it not be a false flag attack? There's no way Russia would bomb its own critical infrastructure for a false flag. It doesn't need casus belli. It already did the war. The war is already happening. The explosion. Oh, I see. This is a nerd thread for nerds. Nice try, Richard. But I'm illiterate. So anyway, the important part here is that it's on fire, and it's funny when things that belong to Russia are on fire. So, the ongoing conflict. The Kharkiv region has been effectively yoinked by the Ukrainians. Good job, Ukraine. And we have seen a similar, if somewhat slower, advance down here, east of Mykolaiv, northeast, I suppose, where the classic tactic of flank the Russians, push them back to the river, and then force them to abandon their vehicles and equipment and such. Yeah. Yes, the bridge can still be used, albeit in a limited capacity. However, this does open up the possibility of a new, even greater funny, which is that Russia attempts to run a line of tanks across the weakened supports, and that's when the bridge collapses entirely. And we just get to see a bunch of like, like a convoy of tanks just sort of fall into the water. Very funny if that happened. But anyway, the destruction of the bridge, or its partial destruction, is obviously a big deal. Not just because it's a direct attack so far from the enemy lines, but also because this was one of the main routes of resupply for Russia's forces down here in the south. Without that, they have to come all the way over here, which is a lot more difficult. This is a contested area right here, running through Mariupol. A lot of it just depends on the quality of the roads and bridges. Another thing to keep in mind is that the roads and bridges near Mariupol are fucked. Because Mariupol has been the scene of some of the most intense fighting. Like, this whole area, like, there is not a clean path to bring convoys across. Or at the very least, there aren't many. It's charred, it's chewed up, Whereas Crimea, which has not seen direct fighting, had a relatively direct and straightforward resupply line. So, good stuff there. Very funny. Big boom. Great stuff. Hopefully they can keep bombing it. Radio TV tower in Moscow on fire today? What? Radio TV tower in Moscow cannot withstand the flow of Russian propaganda and caught fire? What is this? All right. Some silly, goofy shenanigans taking place, no doubt. Meanwhile, this entire month, Russia's been trying to take one town. It has not been going well for them. We'll bring up the deep state map just for completion's sake. I see. According to the deep state map, we have little Ukrainian piggies that have moved in quite a bit further to Kherson. I reckon it's probably a week or less before everything west of the river. Oh, the piggies are the Russians? Oh, sorry. Oh, right. I'm sorry. When I see piggies, I think Ukraine because of that stupid bouncing pig thing. They're orcs? My monitor is too big. How do I can't... I thought they were pigs. The bouncing pig thing. The Ukraine pig, the Ukrainian hog. This looks like a pig to me. They are pigs? What bouncing pig thing? What? Guys. That. We need that as an emote? Yeah, it'd be pretty good. Show the Polish cow. Well, they're friends, yeah. The Polish cow and the Ukrainian pig are friends.
Tylko jedno w głowie mam, koksu 5 gram, odlecieć sam w krainę zapomnienia. W głowie myśli mam, kiedy skończy się ten stan, gdy już nie będę sam, bo wiedzie biały węgiel. Tylko jedno w głowie mam, koksu 5 gram, odlecieć.
Oh yeah, copyright. Gotta be careful. I don't know if these are copyrighted. They're like meme videos. I sounds dope though. The song is about cocaine addiction and how it ruined the singer's life. I mean, it's literally like a post-Soviet Eastern European state. Obviously, it's depressing if you actually listen to it. Slavs are incapable of happiness. Happiness was deemed bourgeois and counter-revolutionary. Michael Tracy's trying to compare the bombing of the Crimean Bridge 9/11. Well, the Russian defenders right now are trying to treat this as like some insane act of terrorism when bombing bridges that are used for military supply lines is the most accepted, ubiquitous, and unambiguously justified like attack on infrastructure you can do. You know? Like but they're like, this is literally like the Holocaust, you know, of course, because they're very silly. At the end of the day, the real position of all these people, including Rob Rousseau, frustratingly enough, is just like Ukrainians need to lie down and like get raped or die. Like that's it. Like lie down, stop fighting, let Russia win, even though they're performing like shit. Give them the consolidation prize, give them the participation trophy. Lie down, let them rape you, let them kill you, let them take the land. Don't worry about it. Like that's the real position, you know. Did you say Evo Morales supporting Putin? Yeah, I saw. This shouldn't be surprising to any of you guys, by the way. Bolivia and Evo Morales have cozied up to Chinese and Russian hegemony for years. It's not new. It is of course unfortunate, you know. It makes that Majority Report segment so much worse. Yeah, well, you know. Did you see this? It's game music, so it'll be okay. Oh, I saw this. I don't give a shit about Halo though, so it's okay. Wait, it was Putin's birthday? Yeah, the 7th. The 7th of October, 2 days ago. God. You know what I haven't checked lately? Combat footage. Ukrainian soldier drinking coffee while in a gunfight somewhere between Lyman and Bakhmut. You go, dude. Absolutely. Do we get audio? This is all guys want. Yeah, we used to be a real country. This is, I have to imagine this shit would happen during the Revolutionary War sometimes. Coffee and tea were both, like, incredibly important for soldiers back before we had, like, methamphetamines. Because, keeping alert in battle is really fucking important. And, you know, just the idea of some, like, Revolutionary War dipshit, like, tamping down the gunpowder in his rifle and, like, sipping some coffee from, like, a flask that he picked up from a village that he passed by the other day, you know? Do soldiers literally take meth? Yeah. In fact, meth and meth byproducts were literally part of standard soldier rations for starting, I think, a little bit before World War One and up to World War Two. I think it varied country to country. Some places would literally just like give you meth, like just along with your fucking breakfast. I think in England, you would have to ask your officers for it, and I think pilots still basically get meth. I don't think they get meth, but pilots get like pretty strong uppers. And that's only the official stuff. I'm pretty sure, like, unofficially. Yeah. They were getting some 50-hour energy. Some properly good shit. The atrocities in China were basically 50% due to Japanese soldiers being constantly high on meth. Yeah. Yeah, the Nazis were super high on meth, yeah. Could this contribute to them being unhinged on returning home? Yep. Uh-huh. One big, like, under-discussed thing is, like, we talk about World War II soldiers coming back home, and, like, getting their GI Bill, like, suburb white picket fence house and college education and stuff, but a lot of them came back, addicts. They came back and immediately suffered withdrawals because they couldn't get that stuff out of the military. So a lot of them, like, had breakdowns after they got back. I think it was worse after World War I than World War II, but I could be wrong on that. I think the stuff they gave our guys was worse back in World War One, like quality wise, like for the body. Yeah. Can you take that stuff responsibly as a regular person? I mean, I'm in favor of drug decriminalization, but like that stuff will fuck you up, right? Yeah, in World War One, they basically just gave you like a like glass vials full of mercury, and you would put it in your like ham sandwich in the morning. You're like, Sarge, how do I take this? Yeah, just put it in your sandwich and take a good bite down. You know, just. Oh yeah, in Vietnam, weed and heroin in Vietnam. Vosh, you literally have a prescription for amphetamine. I just want to be clear that while that is absolutely true, the stuff they were giving soldiers back in World War I was not 10 milligrams of Adderall. They were doing some proper shit back there. They were doing some real stuff. Ambushing tanks? Happy we get to enjoy war in 4K from a distance now.
Готовності спрацювати. Браво, готовності відходить. Постріл!
Do they just do it for content now? Well, I think there are a lot of reasons why you'd want to record your military behavior. Oh, shit.
Постріл! Отход!
I've played Battlefield. Why doesn't one of them just run up to the back of the tank with one of those like planted explosives and then like run away? Yeah, C4 that shit. Hell yeah. God damn. Russian Mi-35 shot down. Woo! Okay, I think we've seen. Okay, yeah, this is 7 months ago. Yeah, we've seen that. It was a clean shot. A Ukrainian soldier correctly guessed a Russian soldier was hiding behind the door. I think someone's gonna die in this one. I don't know. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that guy's dead as shit. What? Wait, what fucking gun is he holding? Is this an LMG? Did he just, like... he's pretty dead. Footage taken by Ukrainian troops of a Russian BMP driving to a designated surrender point. Hey, surrendering! They pay you like 50,000 if you surrender a tank? Hell yeah. No, guys, this one's surrendering. See? White flag. Stop moving. Stop moving. Wait, are they being waved down or encouraged to move on? Okay, there we go. This looks staged, to be honest. Yeah, it could be. It's, yeah, decent likelihood. We know this stuff is happening, though. There are, like, reports of surrenders, so... Isn't it wild how American cops will, like, gun down people doing nothing wrong because they're that twitchy? Meanwhile, like, this guy's driving a fucking tank, basically, and all these soldiers in the middle of an active war can, like, maintain trigger discipline to not shoot this guy? Aren't there like 20 steps soldiers take before firing? Yeah, 100%. Soldiers are held to way stricter rules of engagement than cops. Cops can do whatever. Soldiers have rules. They have when you're a soldier, you have less legal rights than as a citizen, right? Like as a U.S. citizen, you have a set of legal rights. When you're a soldier, you sign those away. When you're a cop, you have more rights because you have qualified immunity. So soldiers can be court-martialed if they misbehave. Not to say militaries don't do fucked up stuff. Like our military does plenty of fucked up stuff. However, like I would, in terms of like a tense situation, I would trust a U.S. vet over a cop any day. 100%.
Смотрим, что ничего при себе не было. Смотрим. Механик, вылазь! С машины! Механик, на машины!
You should look up the video where a Ukrainian soldier rescues a Russian soldier trapped in debris. The Russian soldier asks them to finish him off, and the Ukrainian guys say, "We're not like you." Damn, if that's not staged, that's a fucking... That's a fucking movie moment right there. Jesus Christ. If somebody links it, I'll see it for sure. Jesus. Oh no, found it. Russian MTLB was ambushed by Ukrainian soldiers, crashed into a house. The leg of the Russian soldier was squeezed by a collapsed wall. When Ukrainian soldier tries to help the Russian, asks to finish him off, to which we receive an answer, "We are not like you."
Это кто бросил? Кто бросил гранату? Наши бросили? Вы что, на приколе? А, за углом?
This might be TOS. Maybe.
Еще один едет.
Here.
А, ногу я тебя отрежу сейчас. Куда
I mean, he's got a bloodied leg.
ушли? Туда? Тварина, блядь. Ты шо ты, сука? Пизда тебе. А, ногу я тебя отрежу сейчас. Так, пацаны, надо один, чтобы со мной прикрыл с огорода.
Слушай, добей, а.
Блядь, легко нахуй. Страшно? Добив? Нет. Давай,
Did he just fire over his head?
легко нахуй. Страшно? Добив? Нет. Давай, залезь туда, прикрой меня с огорода, я его вытащу. Мы ж, сука, не вы, долбоёбы. Что? Так, мне надо прикрыть, оттуда прикрой.
Давай, я наверху.
Сука, пидор, где оружие, блядь? Там. Где там? Вась. Прикрывай, прикрывай, держи сетку.
А, мотовый.
Сука.
Давай, прикрывай.
Куда ранен? Тварина, куда ранен? Откуда сам?
This does not look staged. Nah, this dude's leg is mush.
Сам откуда, блядь? Быстро.
Кострома.
Кострома, блядь, в моем Купянске ебучем.
блядь, я врач.
Какой ты нахуй врач?
Врач, блядь.
А чё ты людей убивать едешь?
The Russian says finish me. The Ukrainian soldier says easy and shoots over him. Russian, above the Russian then says scared. We are not like you bastards. Okay.
Да расскажи мне.
Yeesh. Yeah, this leg is mush. I think there's a version with subtitles. Might make it easier. Well, the subtitles would just confirm what we already know. Wouldn't that be an act of mercy? To shoot him? No, this guy can live. I mean, I don't know if he'll be able to use this leg again, depending on how bad it was crushed, but... This clip is so fucking good. I don't know if I've seen this one. You having fun there? I'd be having fun. Not even shooting at anything, just shooting at like a tree or something. I have to say, the enjoyment that you would derive from like firing a gun like this has to be really minimized by the fact that you're giving yourself tinnitus, you know? Holy shit, these things are loud. Yeah, like being right next to this fucking thing, deafening. Oh. We're just playing video games over here, huh? He asked for a fresh ammo belt. They gave him a rocket launcher. Oh, dope. Hey, me too. Okay. Give me more ammo. Just keep throwing more fucking rocket launcher. You don't have a third one, do you? Okay. He's finally getting the actual the actual ammo. Jesus Christ. Do we know they're not just recklessly firing off at a civilian settlement? I really don't think the Ukrainians would post video footage of them verifiably just like firing at a village of civilians. That seems pretty unlikely. Of their own people, because they're not in Russia, right? Like they're in Ukraine, so just like having fun there, I guess. Yeah. You can, yeah, you can hear the shooting. Spooky. Well, I have to assume that guy who was firing lived, because he then later, like, they got the video of him, right? Like the GoPro that he was wearing. So, sheesh. You know, I do think there's some value in watching stuff like this from time to time, right? It's the same reason why, like, those clips of the Vietnam War, you know, like watching that, like, the fact that the Vietnam War was the first major televised conflict had a huge effect on its legacy and on the fact that we left. So, it's just, it's of human interest, you know? The Vietnam War. You guys ever just watch Vietnam War footage? Fucking wild.
It's dawn, and Alpha Troop 19 is commuting to war. 21 GIs bound for a tiniest breeze. The going is slow. There could be a North Vietnamese regiment hiding a few yards away, and no one would see it. Nobody talks, so you start thinking. Specialist 4 Dwayne Bloor is thinking he's going to meet his fiancée in Honolulu in 2 weeks, and he will show her the silver star the general pinned on him yesterday. DeValle is the lone medic in the platoon. He's scared.
You know, shit, he's like 5. And he's the medic. So he has to run in after people get dropped.
From the moment he gets out of the chopper to the moment it picks him up. Scared that someday he's going to get killed picking up a wounded buddy. Jorgensen just became a sergeant, but he doesn't like it. He'd rather be up walking point, where the action is. He's already got 3 Purple Hearts, so everybody calls him Hero.
Oh.
Then there's Lieutenant Hughley. Everybody calls him Blue. That's his radio call. Blue didn't want to come to Vietnam, and he'd much rather be a businessman than a soldier. But right now, he's in charge of the lives of 21 men. Somewhere in this jungle, there's several hundred North Vietnamese soldiers who could wipe out this little American unit to the last man in an unguarded moment. Today, though, it's quiet. A few bunkers uncovered, then a quick look.
The Vietnam War was actually a deep state experiment on creating anxiety disorders in people. It's like, what if we just threw a bunch of 18-year-olds in the middle of a fucking rainforest, and like at any point in time they could just die from some invisible guy who looks like a tree a mile away or something. Yeah. I mean, we killed 10 of them for every one of us who died, so it's got to be a hell of a lot worse for them than for us.
Lunch and back down the trail to the pickup zone. Just a peaceful walk in the sun.
Was there a draft for Vietnam? Yeah, it's the only time we did a draft.
Okay. Okay, would you roll in
a 270 from the smoke, approximately 100 meters away from it. I'll adjust you from there.
Wait, we did a draft for World War II? How do I not remember that? How many people were drafted? Huh. (1940) Institute Selective Training and Service Act, which required all men of ages 21 and 24. Wait, how many people were drafted? Conscription in the United States. Civil War. Okay, yes, they did it the Civil War. Wait, we did it with World War I? How did I not know that? Wow. Okay. Hold on. I'm totally dumb. I'm sorry. I thought for World War I, II, and the Korean War, we had a all-volunteer army. Didn't even know that. Huh. I don't think you could really get away with conscription these days. If they ever try to conscript people again, I feel like there would be like a popular revolt or something. It would be so unfathomably politically unpopular. I don't know. Maybe in the right conditions.
pounding. All right, give me some cover.
This is the most Vietnam thing in the fucking world, dude. The guy wearing the vest with the ammo belts around both of his shoulders, firing the LMG, just like blindly hitting nothing. It's the most Vietnam thing imaginable.
Get him back here if you can. Can you move him? Can you move him? Okay, try and bring him back here. Remember to stop the bleeding.
And Devalle, the medic, having survived another rescue mission, brings back his wounded man. Who is it? Who is it? The question spreads down the line. Oh, Christ, it's Hero, the sergeant who likes to walk point. How bad is it? A couple of leg wounds.
We were walking down the trail.
Get a perimeter out here.
I was walking point, and we noticed a side trail. It was one of the side trails we came down. It had more use on it than when we first came down it. So I looked up and spotted it was an NVA. He had a green uniform, had an AK, and it was like a quick draw old thing. I opened up in him. He opened up in me. Yeah, I'm afraid it works that way, but he's lying up there on the trail.
Roger that. We haven't taken fire and you got hit.
I got hit in both legs.
Pop smoke, 4-3. Pop a smoke over here.
That's about it.
Ed?
Well, we've got 7 months in country now. 3 Purple Hearts. I don't need a 4th.
The enemy soldier who shot Jorgensen cannot be found. He may have survived or dragged himself off to die. Most of the time, you never really know. The problem now is to get
What a fucking anxiety-inducing conflict. Jesus Christ.
Hero out of here. So Blue calls in the medevac helicopter and sets up a perimeter to protect it. Hero has stopped making brave jokes now. The shock has worn off and the pain has begun. The helicopter hovers over the jungle, and in the midst of the firefight, his buddies put Hero on the rescue chopper, and he's pulled up 100 feet. 100 feet to a hospital bed and a one-way ticket out of the Vietnam War. And then...
Damn, he won. He won the lottery. He got a bunch of Purple Hearts, and then he got injuries that will definitely keep him out of the rest of the war. Nice. Great. The good ending. Jesus Christ. Not sure if that's winning. Dude, that's winning. That's got to be winning, right? You get out of the war, you get your medals, and if you're out of the war, you don't have to kill any more fucking VC. Or, like, Vietnamese children, you know? Yeah, they all lived happily ever after. Sheesh. It is kind of remarkable, like, the difference in the character between the Vietnam and Ukrainian-Russian conflict, where, like, Ukrainian soldiers are fighting on clear terms against an unambiguous threat invading them. They get to liberate villages, you know? Like, obviously it's still horrible, but, you know, in terms of the terms of the conflict itself. Whereas the Vietnam War was just, like, yeah, we have to contain the spread of communism by, like, defending South Vietnam. And also, we have to, like, dump 8 trillion gallons of Agent Orange into the jungle. And drop more bombs than we've ever dropped anywhere ever before. Most of our soldiers not want to be there. No, who the fuck would want to be there? The thing is that the Vietnam War was basically an internationalized civil war. Well, yeah, it was the Chinese supported Viet Cong against the yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of like Korea as well. We keep getting involved in other civil wars, which is probably not good. Probably shouldn't do that. Probably not great. The U.S. came in because the French couldn't handle their colonies. Well, that definitely like helped, you know, like the sort of like colonial instinct to protect your priors. Do you think the Korean War was bad? I mean, yeah. The problem is like, especially today, we have to understand, if you have a very clear set of goals that are military in nature, the United States military can do anything on Earth. There's nothing we can't do. We're unstoppable. Nobody else even comes close. But the problem is like, when it comes to nation building, like not just the clear military objective, but the nation building part, like, okay, well, hearts and minds, you know, that we can't do because nobody can do it. Nobody can really do that, you know? Like the only civilizations that have been good at that kind of like suppression of a domestic culture or domestic opposition or foreign opposition, like anything like that, have been empires. And you do it by conquering the land. But America, while we are an empire, you know, we aren't looking to conquer Iraq or conquer Vietnam, you know? If we wanted to do that, first of all, it'd be insane because they're on the other side of the world and you'd have to like send colonists over. It'd be a whole thing, you know? But if you wanted to do that, then we would have engaged in the full scale of genocide and, you know, mass murder that is entailed in such a project. And eventually, you know, I assume this would end, you know, it would finish, but there's not much of a middle ground, you know? You can defeat an army on open ground just fine, and you can bomb a country into oblivion, but making a country agree with you rather than disagree with you is really difficult. Keep in mind that for Japan and for Germany, we had to occupy those countries, right? If all we had done was run in, destroy their militaries, then run out, I don't think that would have led to the same changes that their country saw afterwards, right? You know, it took long-term occupation. The Constitution of Japan was rewritten, you know? We had the Nuremberg trials. We spent decades and decades, like, essentially just occupying West Germany, and of course the Soviets, East Germany. Yes, denazification was unique and unfinished. We should have occupied Italy too. Well, we kind of did. Mussolini was a lot more unpopular towards the end of the war. They joined us towards the end of the conflict. To an extent. Yeah, to an extent. Maybe we could have done more. I don't know. Afghanistan was on its way to becoming a democracy, but it would have taken at least another decade. Nah, I disagree. I think the problem with Afghanistan is that there just wasn't a I guess it's like a material conditions thing, right? Like, this is going to sound very idealistic of me, but I feel like the people in a country need something to believe in for that country to go somewhere, right? Like, you can't form a democracy just by saying, okay, here's how voting works. This guy's the current leader. Vote in the next one in 4 years. Like, you need a proper civic society, and people need to believe in that civic society. It needs to be an institution that people get behind. And the problem in Afghanistan is that we never gave them a reason to believe in it. The leaders, the ANA, were horrendously corrupt and non-representative and were fairly incompetent at fighting off the Taliban. That's the thing. The Taliban, ISIS, they give people more to believe in than like your average, like hyper-corrupt Middle Eastern pseudo-democracy that's propped up entirely by foreign powers. And because they give people better narratives about why they should support them, they get more support. And as long as that support exists, you never really have a democracy in these countries, which is why the ANA fell apart the moment we left. Yeah, democracy failed in Russia as well because we didn't give them anything to believe in. Why should a Russian believe in democracy or anything about modern liberal society, right? Like, why? The Soviet Union fell. Everything got way worse. Then the Western powers carved up and raped their country through shock doctrine, you know? We never, like, really extended a hand to them. And then you've got Putin coming around saying, like, okay, well, yeah, fuck those guys. Like, I'll give you guys a narrative. They do. You need a narrative. You need a story to believe in. Why did Germany move to fascism instead of socialism? I mean, that's incredibly complicated. A lot of people back in the 1920s did think that Germany was going to end up being socialist, though, right? I mean, like, um, the fight with the how am I forgetting her name? Rosen something. Luxembourg, yeah. The failed revolution. A lot of people thought that it was Germany that would go socialist, But the socialists were incompetent. Don't get me wrong, I like Luxembourg, but she was opposed to the attempted revolution. It was too early. And you cannot succeed in a democratic society with a socialist revolution unless you have you have the hand of the Social Democrats, which they didn't even attempt to go for, really. Like, they got surprised when the Social Democrats, sort of sicked the far right on them, which of course they did. Maybe coming soon. Have you listened to the Iron Dice? Yeah. I used to agree with you in Afghanistan, thinking they'd revolution their way into a better world, but don't you find it more likely for them to turn to ISIS? Why roll the dice between Taliban and ISIS instead of just staying there? Because I think that as long as the West is attempting its nation building in the Middle East, ISIS and the Taliban will always exist, whereas ISIS and the Taliban have the ability to burn themselves out through their own internal contradictions, as Islamo-fascist societies are susceptible to the self-destructive tendencies of regular fascist societies. But as long as America is like meddling, as long as we're there, they have that story and they can tell it everywhere, right? Like, not just in Afghanistan or Iraq or Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, or Libya or Egypt or whatever. Like, they can tell it everywhere in the whole Islamic world, that we're meddling. But if we don't meddle, I think we give them a little bit more, there's more cultural leeway for them to kind of fail on their own. It's not like people in the Middle East or North Africa like ISIS, after all, but they get emboldened because you have these like lunatic, like suicidally zealous zealous Islamic guys who get, at 14 they're given like a Cliff Notes version of Middle Eastern history and how the West fucked everything over, which we did. And it's like, oh, okay, well, how do we fix things? Well, of course, we get rid of all Western influence, which includes degeneracy, and like all Islamic revisionism and such. Though, of course, the ISIS people are themselves Islamic revisionists, but. But Vosh, don't those fascist societies destroy themselves after they destroy everyone else? Well, they didn't destroy everyone else before. We beat Germany. And I don't think the Taliban or ISIS are going to like conquer the Middle East or whatever. I just think that these are dialectical processes that have to be internally resolved. Remember that the dialectic, you have an idea that is, or a concept or a society or whatever, that is improved when the agitations between different interpretations of this idea, thesis, counter-thesis, they clash and they lead to a synthesis, a resolution. This is an internal process. If you try to impose a solution through external means, you kind of fuck with the system, right? You understand what I mean? Like, Afghanistan must resolve its relationship with jihadism. But I do not think that's an answer the West can just go in and stamp on them, like, guys, don't do that. Build hospitals, right? Like, of course, but we, us patronizing Westerners, we think they don't think of that, right? But if you're a member of the Taliban in Afghanistan, your first priority isn't building hospitals, right? In concept, your first priority is fighting Western hegemony because that's the root of like everything that's gone wrong in your society, right? Their top priority is keeping us from fucking with them, which is why if you look at internal recruitment with the Taliban or ISIS or Al-Qaeda or all that, or the Mujahideen back in their day, what was the thing they kept repeating over and over and over and over again, right? It was overwhelmingly like, get these fucking imperialists out of our land every time. Like, all the time. Like, and that's the message that they keep broadcasting, like, get these fuckers out of here. And as long as we intervene, I think this is a compelling message. this is not to say the Taliban have not done monstrous things in Afghanistan and that I don't feel bad about it. I just feel like this isn't a problem we're helping with. We're just like, we're doing like the civ building equivalent of preventing a wound from healing by like using hot glue guns, right? Like, look, the bleeding has stopped, but like none of the processes of healing are actually like starting, you know. If anything, it's sort of just like rotting under the glue, you know. What about NGOs? NGOs can potentially have a beneficial impact, but NGOs have also historically been a vehicle for Western imperialism for a long time. So, you know, it's something worth being concerned over from their perspective. I don't know, Zoth. How many decades are we talking about? Is it centuries? How many generations of women will be subjected to terrible treatment? I don't know why you're asking as though like America could just hit a button and fix it, you know? I don't know. There are literally like billions of women all around the world who are subjected to terrible treatment all the time. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't think our presence, like you're the way you phrase this, it's like, you know, how long will our abstemiousness inflict misery upon them? Well, I don't think it is. I think that our absence there is a necessary part of resolving these issues, in my opinion. But nobody knows the answer for sure. It's just my opinion. You know what my takes are, Grimapi. Yeah, and also like that's true as well. It's not like when we were in Afghanistan, like it was all liberal feminism over there, right? We occupied major cities, but there were still plenty of tribal villages where women were treated pretty shit. Like most of the improvements that we saw to the living conditions of women were in the areas we directly occupy. But should we just do that for all of Africa then? You know, how long will the people of Burkina Faso suffer if only we occupied all their cities? I mean, we can't solve problems this way, right? What's your view on accelerationism? I'm not a big fan. A bit unrelated, but do you think OPEC is actively trying to undermine the West to get more right governments in power? Probably, yeah. It's in their direct material interest to make sure that people who are opposed to green energy are in power. If you cannot make Mississippi liberal, you cannot make Afghanistan liberal. True. Excuse me. Oh, dope, Asada Sean. Hybrid tanks. How can you possibly have a hybrid tank? The amount of energy it takes to power a tank would be enormous. You'd need huge batteries, which are explosive. Also, it would weigh down the tank. It's just diesel electric transmission? Okay, gotcha. I was thinking, like, there's no way they're putting fucking batteries in these things, are they? It'd be a horrible idea. Nuclear reactor tank? Hell yeah. What were we talking about? Can we please talk about the war in Ethiopia? Oh my god, you people want to talk about everything. I just did a research stream. I did 2. Matt Walsh now? Yeah, probably. Let me find it. Here we go. I covered this a little bit ago, but Matt Walsh, our main man over here, the most soy-looking of the conservatives. There was some leaked audio that came out about him talking about the fertility of 16-year-old girls, which is a classic conservative talking point. Don't know why everyone was freaking out over it, really, you know. No apparent hypocrisy between him doing this crusade against trans degeneracy to protect the children while wanting to impregnate them or whatever. But anyway, my man over here coming out, the hot video, beating the allegations. Let's go. He looks weird. He does look weird, yeah.
So now it's my turn. And I expected that something like this might happen. It had to happen. I've been successful in fighting against the left's agenda, especially the trans agenda, and especially recently. Those who support the sexual mutilation of children know full well that I am a threat to them because we're winning and they're losing. And they know that too. And they can't engage with our arguments. They can't oppose us on the battlefield of ideas. So instead, they look for another way. And now they're convinced they found their kill shot against me by using the same method they always use, which is digging up ancient history, doing the internet equivalent of rummaging through garbage cans to find things that were done and said years ago, which can be used to defame and, they hope, silence me today.
We're poisoning the well, doing quite a bit of priming here, huh?
So yes, my PR team over at Media Matters apparently wasn't satisfied to promote just my current show and all the work they do there. So they decided to go back 15 years to my time as a rock radio host on an obscure station in Delaware, which is also an obscure state. And they spent, it would seem, many tedious hours listening to segments and bits from my time.
Okay, so I don't know how long he's going to take with like getting mad at the concept of investigative journalism, but it was like a 2-minute clip where he talked extensively, about like how women are prime fertility from like, what did he say, like 16 to 23 or something, just, like that. And how like there's nothing wrong with child pregnancy. You just have to marry them, So he wants like chicks dropping out of school in their sophomore year because they've got a baby in them, like stuff like that. Pretty creepy stuff. Keep in mind, like when people say they want traditional marriage and traditional gender roles, like that's it, right? Like it was only a couple decades ago that marital rape was made illegal, and historically child marriages have been very, 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 very common. When you talk about like historical gender roles and historical like traditional marriage or whatever, it's not just a barefoot pregnant trad wife, it's a barefoot pregnant underage trad wife. That's like the archetype. And given the fact that a lot of these guys feel like really threatened by women, this sort of minimizes that. For one of the same reasons that a lot of, how a lot of guys get really upset at the idea of a woman having sex with another guy before them. No matter what they say, no matter what excuse they give, like, well, why they think it's so gross that a woman would not be a virgin and have sex with her, the real reason is because they're insecure and they don't want to be compared to another sex partner. That's the actual reason. No matter what they say or pretend they believe, that is the actual reason. It's a deep-seated anxiety, like a pit of despair in their gut, that the chick might have some knowledge or power over you from having had a better experience, So anyway, this fits with it, because if she's 16, then not as likely, huh?
As a shock jock in my early 20s, it could not have been easy to sit through. I commend their persistence, at least. And now they've compiled their findings into an expose that promises to reveal my, quote, sordid past. Honestly, I never thought of myself as having a sordid past. I figured my life was far too boring and sort of...
oh my God.
Banal, and they are not very interesting. They are doing what they always do. There is evidence that I made offensive remarks when I was 23 years old. That, in their minds, is far more relevant to the public. It's a matter of greater national...
Why are his cheeks so red? They look red and pockmarked. Does he normally wear makeup? This doesn't look like a just today thing. He was crying? Ah, of course.
National urgency, they think. So, with that in mind, let's talk now, if this is what they want to talk about, for a few moments about the deep, dark secrets of my past.
I should do this when I'm canceled, by the way. I should release like a 15-minute video about it, and it's all just me going like, my haters and losers have dug up some irrelevant nonsense because they're angry and mad that they keep losing to my gigantic brain. And I just do that for 15 minutes, and I just never actually mention what it was. That'd be good, actually. This is a good tactic.
Skeletons that have been hiding in my closet, waiting to be discovered by intrepid reporters at Media Matters. I will tell you the whole ghastly story, even the origins of the world's most notorious terrorist, depending on who you listen to. So I worked at the station until I was 25 for a couple.
Oh my God.
Is true. They also accuse me of physically abusing our radio interns by tasing one of them as a joke.
Was the audio released as part of a broader collection of things? Media Matters, Matt Walsh. Okay, yeah, so this was part of a broader thing, I see. The co-host of the Matt and the Crank program, Matt Walsh, defended political violence in teen pregnancy, shocked an intern with a stun gun, performed racist impressions of black men, and said we probably lost a republic after Reconstruction. Damn. Well, Matt Walsh is literally a Nazi. I didn't know I'm surprised I haven't seen that around, the lost a republic after Reconstruction thing. They didn't even do Reconstruction. Most people will admit we've been on this path for not a year because of Obama's, not 10 years because of Bush, not 20 because of Clinton. We've been on this path for 100 years or more. We probably lost a republic after Reconstruction. If you want actual change that isn't going to reverse itself in 10 or 5 years or even 1 year, you have to look at extreme action. To go back to slavery? Okay, then here's the bit with the getting girls pregnant when they're 16. And I got some more news for you. 17-year-old girls and 18-year-old girls that are still in high school, just getting into college, many of them want biologically and metaphysically and with everything in their body. They want to settle down. They want to start a family. And it's always going to be that way no matter what you do. Guys always tell themselves this because they're so, like, desperate to be the central pillar in a woman's life. Like, you'll have women who are just, like, having a good time in college. And there are guys who look like the fucking... What's that? Is it like the alt-right Wojak? The guy who's like sneering and he has the bitch tits. Oh, pull face? Is it pull Wojak? Perfect. Yeah, exactly. There will be women having a good time in college, and then some guy who looks like this will be like, biologically, you want to settle down with a white husband, don't you? And then, like, the women are just, like, chilling or whatever. But they need that narrative. Like, they need... Because the, if you think women are less than human, you need to believe that every choice they make for themselves that isn't what you would make for them is a mistake that they're going to regret, right? The fact of the matter is that people are wacky and complicated. People like lots of different things. And also, basically everyone dies with regrets, right? Like, there's so much said about men who spend their lives working but never spend time with their family, dying, regretting not having spent more time with their family. But nobody ever goes to guys who are working a bunch, like, biologically, you want to spend time with your family, don't you? They don't. Because to a lot of these people, like, if men make that decision, that's their prerogative, you know? Even if it's not the one that's right for them, even if they're just sort of being socially pushed into it, like, that's their sacrifice to make, it's their choice to make. But when women make decisions that they think they'll later end up regretting, like they think they need to restructure society from the legal, like, system up in order to force them to only make the decisions they think are right for them. And I think a good example as to why that's probably true is the whorish behavior some of these same-age girls that get to college. There are some sluts. They start, these girls, believe me, when I went to the University of Maryland, I was a little bit older than everyone. It was like you get there, you see these innocent girls by the end of the year. There's just like stories you've heard about them. It's like this internal need to breed. This is like dudes with porn addictions, like getting angry because the girl that they shared one of their 101 classes with had a boyfriend by the end of the second year. Like, this is very this guy behavior, like peering through a window, The stories you hear, my dude, why are you not making the stories? Like, at least if they were like, yeah, these girls are so innocent, but like they all want to be railed up the ass, so I fucked 27 of them. At least in that case, you're like the active agent. This is just you seething at other people having sex. Sorry, it's a whole, I mean, it's a whole thing, right? Matt Walsh's racist worldview: as the Anglo-Saxons, which were the original Americans, die off, our identity and our culture goes with it. Yeah, he's just a Nazi. I didn't see all these. I only saw the pedophilia one. I'm surprised more of them didn't. It is because we're all dying off. Yes, that's what the problem is. It's not that. It's not that we're just, as the Mexicans come in, we magically meld with them and become like them. It's not like that. It's that we're dying off just like any other species of animal does. We're dying. And the way that animals, there's 2 ways animals die off. Well, 3 ways. 1 is disease, 2 is deforestation, or they lose their habitat, which, okay, look at us. And the 3rd is that they stop reproducing. And usually all 3 of those kind of happen simultaneously. And that's what's happening to us. The extinction of the Anglo-Saxon race is just like that. White people aren't having kids. Anglo-Saxons, which are the original Americans, die off. Our identity and culture goes with it. Now China, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, and Egypt, all those countries for thousands of years have got to keep their identity and their culture. They've been allowed to preserve it, whereas ours is dying off. And wait, China, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, and Egypt have all been allowed to preserve their culture? Is he suggesting that modern Egypt and ancient Egypt have anything in common? Japan, we occupied and rewrote their constitution. China had a cultural revolution and literally destroyed the artifacts of its past. Vietnam was invaded by us and then by China. Korea was occupied by... We appointed a dictator. Okay. Yes, the ancient Japanese cultural tradition of anime, something that was heavily inspired by Walt Disney cartoons. Okay. Sorry, it's all just so stupid. Ah, yes, here we go. Thank you. Are you implying a Nazi would lie about history? Yeah. I like how I've pointed out before that the fear-mongering about trans people is the modern Jewish question. Like, it is the modern, like, this is the group of elite, like, liberal degenerates who are corrupting our society with so-and-so, and it's mainly being pushed by a guy who is basically overtly a Nazi. That's great. Super cool.
That's also true. And I submit, still funny. In fairness, I got tased too. In fact, I invented a game back in those days called
We don't
Taser
care about
Trivia.
tasing.
Question.
Actually, get it together. I mean, it does hurt to get tased. You missed out on if you didn't live in Southern calls, and some of the prank calls were offensive by current standards. Sometimes on a call, I would imitate a black man. On one occasion, I attempted to portray a man with split personalities, one of whom was black and the other white. It was very high concept sort of work. And it worked better on paper than it did in execution, I could tell you. But not all of our prank calls were racially charged.
I wonder what the difference was between the black and the white voices.
Argument with a guy in the audience while I was on the stage, and it ended with me.
Oh, no clip for that one, huh?
It was, I think, without question, the nerdiest prank call anyone has ever made, and it deserves to be recognized as such in the Guinness Book of World Records. I submit. But Media Matters didn't include that video in their expose. Maybe they can find room for it in the follow-up that I'm sure is...
No clip on that one?
Yesterday, I called Barack Obama Elementary School. I wanted to find out if the fact that the school's named after Obama actually translates into the way that they grade, into their philosophy and strategy for the grading system.
Right.
And here's what happened.
Barack Obama Elementary.
Y'all opened up on Monday.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting for a long time, waiting for like a year or so until there was a school opened up named after my man Barack Obama, you know what I mean? And I wanted to get my son enrolled in y'all's program over there, but I just had a few questions as far as the way that y'all handle the kids and so on with the grading system and whatnot.
Okay, what's your address?
My address is 2020 Smithfield.
What is it?
Smithfield.
Smithfield?
Nah, Smithfield.
Smith?
Smithfield.
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 That's not in our boundary.
That's not within y'all boundary?
No.
Yeah, but I can relocate if that's what it comes down to.
Okay, well then when you do that, you have to bring your proof of residency.
Yeah, no, I can do that. I mean, before I even make decisions like that, I need to know what the schools are.
This is such a terrible fucking black voice, dude. Holy shit. I feel like I could do one better than this off the cuff, and I'm not a radio host. Is this supposed to be funny? Believe it or not, this is supposed to be comedy. Like, this is like a joke thing.
All about, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I mean,
What is it that you need to know, sir?
Well, I need to know what y'all, really, what y'all grading system's all about, first and foremost, because my son that I want to send to y'all, he ain't exactly the top student, you know, in charge. You know what I mean? He ain't really the head dog as far as in his classes and whatnot. Yo, he ain't really excelling necessarily. But my thoughts on the matter was, I mean, I know with the way that Obama, you know, I listened to him on a campaign trail and whatnot, and yo had a lot.
Are you living in the area, sir?
I'm sorry?
Do you live in the area?
No, what I'm saying to you is that I could relocate if that's what.
Sorry, I just wanted to really appreciate the comedy.
Coming. Yet it wasn't all fun and games. Media Matters reports that I made politically inflammatory statements, including at a Tea Party rally where I got into an argument with a guy in the audience while I was on the stage, and it ended with me calling him an, quote, old fart.
We're really backloading the meaningful accusations, aren't we?
And that, at the end of the day, was really the only reason I ran, was just so that I could do this. Here it is.
The fuck is this?
And they did. They found more terrible things. One, not the best thing to do in the middle of a political campaign. But the left is not satisfied to merely accuse me of racism, terrorism, political extremism, workplace violence. They're also absurdly claiming that I advocated child brides. And for that bit of defamation...
Well, he explicitly did. He literally... That's not even arguable. That's not even like a matter of interpretation.
They are using another segment from over a decade ago where we discussed the issue of teen pregnancy. And I pointed out that in the past, teen pregnancy wasn't considered a problem because people got married younger. I was attempting to highlight, in an admittedly awkward and rambling way in my early 20s, riffing off the top of my head during a rock morning show to an audience of almost no one at the time, the fact that unwed pregnancy is a core problem that plagues our society, and it's still a problem even when the unwed pregnant person is an adult. So no matter the age, I argued at the time, pregnancies become a crisis when they happen outside of marriage without a stable family structure in place to care for the child. This was, again, not an issue in earlier times because people got married young and stayed married. That's not the way our society is today, though, of course.
No. It was pretty explicitly about impregnating teenage girls. You can go about the rambling structure however you want. But he literally says the problem is not per se teenage pregnancy, it's unwed pregnancy. It's kind of hard to get around. It's kind of hard to get around that. You know. No matter how you want to parse it.
At its core, it's a rather uncontroversial historical observation, but the left has latched on to this point from years ago and tried to use it to flip the groomer label around on me, accusing me of, quote, promoting teen pregnancy and even child rape, as some of the libelous statements would have it. This is...
Well, he did, again, literally say the problem is not per se teenage pregnancy, and he also never really specifies whether the teenage... Okay, so I'm just thinking, like, I'm thinking right here, okay? I'm an adult man, all right? I'm on a radio show, and I'm about to talk, apropos of nothing, about teenage pregnancy. So I have to think, okay? Now, I'm Matt Walsh, and I'm going to talk about how actually it's not a big deal for teens to get pregnant. I'm going to say several paragraphs on the subject, all right? Now, I feel like if I wasn't talking about child brides, at some point I would say that an adult should not be impregnating and marrying a 16-year-old, right? That seems like a thing you'd want to clear up, right? Like, are you saying it's not a big deal when high schoolers get other high schoolers pregnant? Or are you saying it doesn't matter who gets the high schooler pregnant? Because historically, when 16-year-old girls get pregnant and married, it's often not to other 16-year-olds. So the lack of that, especially since he says at about 16, you're an adult who is mature and can make decisions, really, really, really sounds like he's just saying, like, it's okay for an adult to impregnate a high school teenage girl as long as you marry her after. That seems like the thing he's saying, you know? That groomer Walsh is wandering into high schools, you know, thinking like, well, as long as they get married, right? I don't really think there's a way around that interpretation. It seems like a pretty straightforward way of understanding what he's saying, you know? I mean, obviously he's going to downplay it and flip it around, but my personal belief is that this is still something that he explicitly politically believes, you know? Stupider people like Nick Fuentes have said it openly, that like, yeah, we should be able to go like have underage trad wives when he's not, you know, when Fuentes is pretending to not be gay. But this is a pretty common belief to the tradcon types who really do just want like a 14-year-old wife. Ah, yes, there we go. Sorry, I was looking for that. Do you think Walsh will get canceled by the right the way they did with Milo? No. For one, Milo only got canceled for being a pedophile because he's gay. If he was straight, none of the conservatives would have cared. Two, I think that the right is more dogmatic now, and I think that at this point they wouldn't even care. It like if Milo had done and said the same stuff today, I think he would still. I don't think the cancellation would have happened. I think we're in the end game now. You know, the right wants to kill trans people, kill black people, rape babies, and they're on the warpath now. They're gunning for this. They're going for it as hard as they can. I don't think they're in the take prisoners stage. Hi, Keffels.
This is a defamatory lie. They know it's a lie, and it shows how desperate they are. They've chosen the most toxic smears available because smears are all they have. Now, in summary, my enemies have thrown every last thing they can at me, the whole kitchen sink and a few of the appliances to go along with it. I'm not the first person to get this treatment, obviously. I certainly won't be the last.
Wait, is that his rebuttal? There was a 2-minute audio clip of him defending impregnating and marrying children. That's his rebuttal? No? I guess that's a good one. A more recent clip, Matt advocates specifically getting married younger for fertility's sake.
What should we advise people to do as a general policy? We should obviously advise them to get married younger. And there are a couple reasons for that. One reason is that biology exists, okay, despite what we hear from the left. Biology is a real phenomenon. And what that means...
Why is the audio doing that?
Is that our biological clocks are ticking, especially for women. So if you wait until your mid-30s to get married, it might be too late to have a family. My wife is married with our number 5 and 6 right now, okay? And because we like to double up when we have kids. And they're already telling her she's 35. They told her this technically counts as a geriatric pregnancy at the age of 35. That's real. So she's like, that's what it is. So you're gonna wait until you're in geriatric pregnancy mode to get married to begin with? Doesn't make a lot of sense. And also, the other point is that if you get married younger, then you're building a life with someone rather than building your adult life first and then trying to inject somebody else into it. And that can cause problems because then you feel like, well, this is mine, this is my life, and you feel like they're intruding on it. There's real value in starting young and like being on the ground floor together as you build your life together. So that's terrible advice. Let's
So if he wants you to start having kids before you build your adult life, would that not imply that you have the kids like as a kid? Matt Walsh also supports arranged marriages. Well, yeah, again, he's the full deal. I'm telling you guys, the right-wing politics are 100% like about getting to rape children or getting to kill whichever minority group you're most afraid of at that moment. That's literally it. Any attempt at making like politics more complicated than that is an exercise in futility. It's an exercise in needless intellectual masturbation when there's such an obvious core to it.
Their objective is nothing less than the wholesale destruction of my life and my career. That's what they're going for.
Sure.
That's the price they expect me to pay for opposing them effectively. They hope to force me to submit and apologize, at which point...
I can't believe that the most damning part of that whole thing, which was the screed on impregnating children, he rebutted with a no.
Of course, as it goes, they'll shoo me away with my tail between my legs, out of public view, out of the arena, off into obscurity. This is my punishment. You know, the life sentence they expect me to serve for trying to stop them from abusing and butchering children. And it's not just me they're after. You know, they want to send a message to everybody else. They want to send a message to you that if you stand up against them, this is what happens. They want to make me into another head on a spike, one of many.
So, do we recognize this from the Trump speeches? It is exactly the same. It's the same message as always. It's, whenever they criticize me for my awful behavior, it's actually because they want to destroy you. They want to make your life unlivable, and I'm just in the way. They can't touch you until they've smeared me somehow.
They put out on the edge of town a warning to anyone else who might think about disobeying their rules.
Like not impregnating children.
So here's my official answer, for the record. Kiss my ass. I do not apologize.
Epic, dude.
In fact, by all rights, you sick freaks should be the ones apologizing to me for lying and defaming me, and doing it all because I'm trying to prevent you from sexually mutilating children. You damned monsters. You child-abusing psychopaths.
He sounds like he's cribbing Jordan Peterson here with the intonation.
I wouldn't apologize to you, soulless parasites, if I had a gun to my head. Instead, I'd rather just tell you all to piss off. I apologize for nothing.
Yeah.
I concede nothing. I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob of degenerate morons. You know, the secret they never say out loud is that nobody is truly canceled unless they consent to it and they willingly play their assigned role.
This is kind of true to an extent. You know, if you were Matt Walsh looking to optimize your behavior, like sort of for how do you benefit the most, then this is sort of the correct way to handle it. Obviously, you know, it's not as though we were going to get an apology from him or anything. The right is, at this point, largely unapologetic in their desire to kill minorities and rape children. But yes, the use of terms like degenerate and parasite. I mean, again, he is a Nazi, you know.
Well, I do not consent. And I'm not going to play the game. I'm not going anywhere. I am more motivated than ever to oppose you and to fight against everything you stand for because I hate everything you stand for. And I hate it more with each passing day. So you can try to humiliate me. You can try to ruin my reputation. You can accuse me of all of the most heinous crimes that you can invent in your tiny, feverish little brains. But I am not going anywhere. Staying in the fight, never leaving. I promise you that. Also, for the record, I will always maintain that tasers are a wonderful source of comedy.
That's true. Yeah, I feel bad for his kids too. You know, we had Elon Musk the other day saying that the reason his daughter doesn't like him is because, like, they teach communism in schools or something. Like, he was like, well, you can't win them all because his daughter hates him. Because he's like, oh, well, they're teaching her communism or whatever. Now, I wonder how long it'll be before Matt Walsh's children come out with, like, the weirdo abuse stories from Mr. I violate my kids' consent all the time. He said neo-Marxists infiltrated her schools. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we're getting near that time, aren't we? Reminder that if you don't want to be gassed to death in a gas chamber for the crime of not being a fascist, that you should go to vosh.gg/map and do whatever you can to sort of bar them from institutional power. Yes, Vosh is moving castle, true. It's verified. I think even SDL is commenting on it. What are you referring to? Nice, Josh Kiss. Bolivia is siding against Iran's protesters? Yeah, Bolivia is in Russia's political bloc. What are you linking? Stop linking. Yes, how are the 538 election forecast doing? Unfortunately, Senate chances have closed very slightly in the past couple of weeks. And House chances are holding stable here. Happy birthday, Sin Phoenix. Yeesh, we'll see. Governor races are important. Yes, they are. Woo! Well, Beto O'Rourke now has a phenomenal 5% chance to win, according to 538, as opposed to the 5% chance he had before. Look at Massachusetts. Well, Massachusetts was not in question. In Wisconsin, we have pretty much a coin flip. So unfortunately, it's been closing. Did you go over Jon Stewart's trans interview? Yeah, unfortunately, that shit is definitely copyright. Nevada's a coin flip. Arizona's a coin flip. Oregon is a fucking coin flip. Because votes are getting siphoned off to the third party. Florida? Florida's not looking good, but we never thought it would. Do you think Herschel will lose because of the scandal? I don't know. Have I seen this? A bookstore promoting banned books? Yeah, this isn't uncommon. Well, it should be more common. Well, it shouldn't need to be common at all. I was banned for promoting bad behavior. I was banned for LGBTQIA plus content. I was banned for harsh depictions of racism and use of racial slurs. I was banned for opposing Christian beliefs and teaching occult practices. I was banned for being disrespectful to God by having talking animals. I was banned for graphic violence, mysticism, and gore. Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe. I was banned for depicting women in strong leadership positions in The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. I was banned for promoting bad behavior. I was banned for drug references, suicide, death, and disrespect for truth and authority. I was banned for promoting terrorism. I was banned for being anti-logging. I was banned for encouraging children to use violence against their fathers. I was banned for being anti-police. I was banned for confronting a topic that is sensitive, controversial, and politically charged, and having a transgender character. And then I was banned for LGBTQIA content. Apparently, Evo Morales is a pedo. Started a relationship with a 14, 15-year-old when he was president. Morales has faced 2 rape accusations. In 2020, several photographs of him with a supposed minor came to light, began circulating on social networks. Journalist Alejandro Entreambasaguas and Bolivian authorities said Morales has been in a relationship with the minor since the age of 14. Several news organizations relate the current accusations with comments that Morales had made twice previously on retiring with a quinceañera, 15-year-old, when he was no longer president. In 2018, Bolivian feminist and journalist Maria Galindo criticized the then president, saying, "The President Morales confesses that he uses his public acts to sexually hook the minors who attend those acts. You have to ask yourself, why does he say it publicly on television without any pressure?" Wow, this is a cursed photo if I've ever seen one. God damn. Remarkably. Listen up, folks. It's not pedophilia, okay? It's the people's pedophilia. Read Lenin, all right? It's really bad. Walsh, why can't we ever have a base socialist? Hey, we had Sankara for 3 years before the French killed him and destroyed his legacy and returned his country to ruin, and it was led by a dictator for 27 years and is now currently half controlled by ISIS. We did it. We got a real socialist leader. Yeah, small victories. I thought Bolivia was based. Well, I do believe that Evo Morales has been generally good for the country in like a leadership role, but that's not a defense of any of this behavior. Have you seen the Arizona Senate debate? I saw snippets of it on Twitter. I didn't see the whole thing.
Like on the border, I call him out on it because I'm always going to stick up for Arizona. Blake Masters, my opponent, on the other hand, has some beliefs that are just dangerous for Arizonans. He celebrated when Arizona enacted an abortion ban. And he wants a private...
My man is so fucking nervous right now, and also he looks like Lex Luthor from the old Superman movies. No, wait, he had hair in the old ones, didn't he? He looks like some kind of Lex Luthor.
Your Social Security, sending your savings to Wall Street. So, Ted, this is an important conversation.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's get things started. Senator, we'll start with you. Inflation is at generational highs. Could be going even higher considering OPEC's actions here this week regarding the crude production. Why are consumer prices so high? What have you done to address this issue?
Yeah, first of all, Ted, let me start by saying, as a kid, I remember my mom sitting at the kitchen table, with all the bills spread out with one of those giant calculators, trying to figure out, what bill is she going to pay? And it was really challenging for her. In that period of time, she could only put about $2.
Yeah, because she couldn't do the math because she's a woman.
$2 of gas in the car. At the time. So I know what people are going through, and I know it's hard. That's why I've worked to cut costs. Hey, when the Biden administration refused to increase oil and gas production, I told him he was wrong. And when prescription drugs are just skyrocketed and seniors can't afford it, I stood up to big pharma to cut costs. Now, my opponent, Blake Masters, the issue we have here is that this issue affects seniors more than anybody else, seniors that are on a fixed income. And my opponent, he wants to privatize Social Security. He said private accounts sending your earnings to Wall Street. I met this older gentleman in Parker not too long ago, and he came up to me and he said, hey, please do not take away my Social Security. I don't know what I will do. For however long I'm in the United States Senate, I'm going to protect your Social Security and Medicare. My opponent said he wants to cut the knot.
Man, I feel like I could really stir up the fucking debate scene in the politics. If you took all my skill and you put it in somebody else with a different name that didn't have, like, my reputation, going up there, I feel like you could drop some fucking bombs. I feel like you could have a good-ass time up there. I'd have a lot of fun.
And privatize your Social Security, sending your hard-earned dollars to Wall Street.
Blake Masters, 90 seconds. We're talking inflation here. Why is inflation? Why are consumer prices so high, and what would you do about it?
Let's be clear. The greatest threat to seniors' retirement today is the massive, crushing inflation that Joe Biden and Mark Kelly caused. And it's their fault. They caused it. 2 years ago, inflation was 1.5%. Now, in the greater Phoenix metro area, we are suffering from literally the worst inflation in the nation at 13%. Joe Biden's policies caused this, and those are policies that Mark Kelly in Washington.
I'm not enough of an econ expert, but do keep in mind, first of all, they'll never say which policies. Second of all, right now, I'm pretty sure that the inflation rate in the UK is like 10%. If the inflation was caused by Biden's policies, then why would there be a wave of inflation like everywhere else in the world right now too? We all use different currencies. It's because there are other factors that cause inflation. It's not just a local thing. Maybe hold it real.
Has supported every single time. So look, first, they declared war on oil and gas. Well, what did they think was going to happen? When you declare war on oil and gas in a country that is still mostly powered by oil and gas, you think that's going to send the price of energy to the moon? Well, yeah, it did. They took gas from $2 to $6. Now they want a prize because it's back in the...
Where in America was gas $2 before the war in Ukraine? What? I think it just make up any number. Like, yeah, I remember when gas was actually free, and then we gave them some HIMARS, and now it's $50 a gallon.
$5. No, when you make energy too expensive, well, everything you need to live takes energy to make or to move. You make energy expensive, you get some inflation. That was the left hook. Well, the Democrats weren't done. Then they decided to print $6 trillion. They print and spent $6 trillion too quickly. The normal person understands that. PhD economists don't, apparently. Senators don't. But when you print $1 trillion, that makes every dollar in your wallet worth less and less. It sends prices at the supermarket skyrocketing. So no, they caused this crushing inflation, and it is ruining people's lives. I had parents come up to me 2 weeks ago at a campaign event. They said, Blake, we don't eat breakfast anymore. We drink coffee. We drink coffee so that we can afford to feed our kids breakfast. And that's on you, sir. This is the Joe Biden, Mark Kelly economy. I will put a stop to Joe Biden's crazy spending.
Mark Victor, 90 seconds. Inflation, what's going on?
Look, people are hurting right now. Inflation hurts the poor the worst. It's a tax on everything. Why is this happening? It's happening because of both the Republicans and the Democrats. It's their foolish economic policies. Look, don't confuse money with wealth. They're not the same thing. Wealth, that's what's produced and what's consumed. Printing and distributing money doesn't make us rich.
Why does this guy look like a fucking porn director? How is this what third parties are sending? You can't look like you can't be a politician and look like this. It's illegal.
richer. Doubling the money supply doesn't make us twice as rich. Printing money results in more dollars to buy the same amount of goods, and that's what raises prices. Both the Republicans and the Democrats, both of them, have been recklessly printing money. It's not just this administration. It's Bush, it's Obama, it's Trump, it's Biden. They have all increased spending. They have all increased the debt. The Republicans just had control of everything. They increased spending, they increased the debt. This has been exacerbated, by the way, by forced business closings during COVID. These are probably unconstitutional, but they messed up our supply chain and it contracted the number of goods. When you print more...
Okay. I've had enough of this. Where's that other Senate debate? Yeah, a lone shark in a clown suit. The Lolbertarian. I respect this passion, though. I have no respect for libertarians. Every fucking time I talk to these people, it's like I'm casting a hook into the retard lake. And I get the retard equivalent of like a boot or like a bunch of seaweed clumped against it every time. Like, these conversations are so fucking worthless. These people don't exist in reality. They don't exist in the real world. They're just so... No, they have no concept of economics at all. Like, no understanding at all. Man, fuck. Oh, God, it's so fucking tempting to be a fucking technocrat, dude. Holy shit. Oh, God, I'm not a technocrat, but oh my fucking God. Can you imagine if, like, the like, head of research councils had debates to decide who got to be in charge, and you didn't have to have any knowledge whatsoever on physics to be in the physics department, or in chemistry to be in the chemistry department, or whatever? You could just go up there and start talking about, like, homeopathy or whatever, and that you just, like, get to be there? Oh, God. Where was that other video? Aren't you a libertarian? Yeah, I'm the cool kind. Hold on, let me pee. Pigeon. Pigeon. Ooh. Look at her. What? Bosh, are technocrats and socialism incompatible? Not incompatible, but they're adjective. They don't... There are contradicting... There are contradicting priorities. Technocracy is, you know, ruled by the professional class, or ruled by the expert. And socialism is ruled by the proletariat. Oh, guys! I got new computer parts. And by new computer parts, I mean a new computer. Like, I ordered a new computer. 10K PC? No, 3.5K. I'm excited. Got that Ryzen 9 5900X, 64 gigs of RAM. And we've got the RTX 3080 Ti. Hell yeah. Now, I know the 40 is coming out soon, but I don't want to wait on them. Because when they first come out, there's going to be like 10 of them. And all of them are going to be like scalpers. You know? I don't want to fucking pay 5 times as much. Yeah, the 40 series is going to be overpriced as fuck. What am I not going to be able to do with this? You're rich anyway? That doesn't mean that I want to waste money. Like what am I not going to be able to do with this? Like, you know, what thing can I not do because with this? I'm hyped. Subnautica Below Zero though? Well, we'll be able to do that. You're basically set for life with these specs? Yeah. I don't want a super powered computer for the sake of having the newest tech. I just want something that'll do fine. Why not 7900X? Because this will be fine. Again, my goal wasn't to spend the maximum amount of money on every one of these. This will do everything that I need to do. Oh my god, you guys. I know you all fantasize. Like if you had infinite money, you'd buy it, but I don't want to waste money. Why buy a non-SSD hard drive? For video storage. Because I record all my streams. No point putting that in SSD. 2K is a solid build. No, it's 3,500. This doesn't factor in tax or the cost of the GPU because I had to buy that separately. Why get such a beefy CPU and not a 3090? The 3080 Ti is fine. It's okay. I just want the Ti because I play in 4K. All my monitors are 2560 by whatever. 1440? Why not a quantum computer? Yeah. That's what I'm doing, Fun Night. Why not buy a data center? All right. Back at it.
More money and throw it in the economy, and you reduce the supply of goods, what you get is out of control inflation. And no, you can't just pass more spending and call it the Inflation Reduction Act and think you are going to fix inflation. You know what fixes this? Free markets. That's what raises standards of living. We need to cut taxes. We need to cut spending. We need to cut regulation. We are stealing from future generations. It's obscene, it's immoral, and it needs to stop.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Mark Kelly, it sounds as if 45 seconds now for rebuttal from what you've heard. I heard that you caused this.
Well, 2.5 years ago, we went through something unprecedented. You know, COVID-19. Schools had to shut down. Businesses shut down. Across Arizona, we have 500,000 small businesses. You know, sometimes the federal government has to step in to save small business. You know, they have to step in to protect livelihoods. You know, my office, folks that work for me, you know, we're very active in helping small businesses like Tres Leches Cafe in Phoenix stay open, or Naughton's in Tucson. We've got to get our debt and deficit under control. That's why in the Inflation Reduction Act reduces the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars. At the same time,
I don't think the debt doesn't matter. Does the debt fucking no. The debt only matters if you're not America. America is the one country on earth where the debt doesn't matter at all because we are the global reserve currency. We have the US dollar as the global reserve currency. Nobody is ever going to call us on it. We can run up as much of a debt as we want. It's fine. It's as long as we're the world superpower, you know? Yeah, and our debt maintains hegemony. Yeah, as long as we owe money to other countries, they want to make sure that we're capable of paying it. They want us to be good, you know, like loan recipients, basically. They can't call us on it. Other smaller countries, they can't, but you know. And yeah, a lot of our debt is to ourselves as well, like internal debt between organizations and shit like that. Both are important, Handlebar. What happens if the dollar isn't the reserve currency? Well, the fact that the dollar is the reserve currency means that every country on earth has a vested interest in making sure that the American economy is doing well. Everybody does. Because if the American economy does poorly, it tanks the value. We aren't just another boat in the tide. We are the tide. You know, by being the global reserve currency, our economic health dictates the economic health of the world. Which means that, like, we can do whatever we want, basically. Yes, I know AMD 7000 CPUs were released recently, and that means that, what? I don't need it. It's fine. I won't be bottlenecking myself with my CPU or GPU. I'll be able to play any game that I want. It's all good. Please explain what being the global reserve currency actually means. Well, it's far more complicated than I fully understand, but as I understand it, it literally just means that we're like the unit of trade. Other currencies are evaluated in relation to the US dollar, and the US dollar is like the accepted default currency of exchange in international business. Meaning that it's a pivotal importance that it stays, yeah. And the petrodollar is another thing. It's like the petrodollar, it like relates to the, not an econ expert, you know, it's all good.
I was able to stand up to Big Pharma and cut the prescription drug costs for seniors, capping it at $2,000 a year, spread out over the year. This is something my opponent, Blake Masters, has opposed. Seniors are struggling. Social Security and prescription drugs hits them harder than anybody else. Okay. And my opponent, Blake Masters, wants to privatize their Social Security, sending that money to what?
We got 45 seconds here. The idea of printing money, you mentioned that. Was money, did we not need money to be printed considering the COVID pandemic that we were dealing with? That's what I'm hearing here.
Joe Biden is spending like a drunken sailor, and at every single opportunity, Mark Kelly just says yes. He can't say no to Chuck Schumer. He can't say no to Joe Biden. At least Senator Sinema stopped Build Back Better. My gosh, you were ready to vote for that. That would have just ruined our economy even worse. I know Senator Sinema caved on the Inflation Reduction Act, and I'm mad at her for that. But hey, isn't it interesting that you had to wonder which way she was going to vote? You never have to wonder which way Senator Kelly is going to vote, because any spending bill that Biden puts in front of him, he will sign. So yeah, we got the Inflation Reduction Act, and Mark Kelly was the deciding vote. He hired 87,000 new IRS agents. Mark Kelly voted to send stimulus checks to illegal aliens. He voted to send stimulus checks to, get this, violent felons sitting in jail. Is that a good use of taxpayer money? I don't think so. Think about that the next time you go to the grocery store and you can't afford to buy steak or eggs.
Let me get a quick response to that.
That's not true.
Which part?
Well, and a lot of it. But the IRS part, you know, we need folks in government to go after big businesses and the wealthiest Americans who try to cheat on their taxes, that have armies of accountants and lawyers.
Holy shit. It's over.
You know, that's the intention, you know, here, because if we can't collect taxes from the wealthiest Americans and the largest corporations that are cheating on their taxes, you know who pays? Middle-class Americans pay.
He said it himself. He wants 87,000 IRS agents.
Hold on for just a second.
You're going to get a second.
Hold on.
So relax. So, you know, what he is proposing is a system that, you know, the little guy has to pay more. Middle-class Americans and working-class Americans. We need to make sure that big business, and it's pretty obvious when you look at the background of each of us. Okay. You know, with regards to, like, you know, things like, you know, ethics reform and corporate PAC money. I've never taken $1 of corporate PAC money my entire time in the last campaign and in office. So I'm never going to be standing up for big businesses. I'm going to be standing up for Arizona.
We need to stop you right there. All right. Again, respond.
Can I have 45?
Yes, you do.
The people of Arizona know that those 87,000 IRS agents that you're sicking on them, they're not just going after billionaires. They're not just going after big business. They're going to be auditing you. They're going to be auditing your small businesses this time next year. Senator Kelly voted for 87,000 new IRS.
Okay. Shouldn't we be paying our taxes? It's wild that, like, in the same breath, this guy will be like, we have a crime wave, like, people are committing crimes, Democrats are pro-crime, and then they're like, we can't have more IRS officers. That they might catch people doing tax crimes. Of course, the only crimes the Republican Party is actually concerned with are the kinds of crimes that poor people tend to commit and people of color. The crimes that the ultra-wealthy commit, they are completely in favor of.
IRS agents in the Inflation Reduction Act. But to do that, first he had to reject, there was an amendment, he rejected hiring 18,000 more Border Patrol agents. Mark Kelly said no to 18,000 more Border Patrol agents, but yes to 87,000 new IRS agents. That shows you what his priorities are. Mark Kelly left our southern border wide open, voted for all the trillions in spending that caused this massive inflation, and he thinks the fix is 87,000 new IRS agents. Something tells me that's not going to work out.
I want to get Mark in here for a second. I want to get back to you.
Thank you, Ted. You know, I want to speak up on behalf of the drunken sailor, because drunken sailors, there's a limit to how much money a drunken sailor can spend. That isn't the problem here. The problem here is we don't have sound money anymore in our country. That's the reason.
Oh my God, the gold standard memes? Wait, fiat currency memes?
These guys are bickering about spending more and more and more money, because there is no limit to how much our government can continue to print and spend. We need to get back to sound money again, so the government can't continue to have no limit on their credit card. That's the problem with our economy. There are always things to spend more money on. There will be
reverting to the gold standard would crash the economy. Yes, it would immediately. Reverting to the gold standard would immediately end the world at this point. Yes.
Never-ending list. Do we want to get a control on our economy? We need to get back to a free market and sound money.
Okay, Mark, go back. The idea of IRS agents over border agents.
Also, people don't understand. The only reason that the gold standard worked when it did is because a lot of people didn't get paid in currency. Back in those days, a lot of people either wouldn't get paid for their work because they were slaves or indentured servitudes, or they were just doing like village work. But also, oftentimes, like, they would just get paid in, like, ale or, like, barter economy shit, like grain or whatever. The gold standard would mean that the only currency you can exchange is literally directly representative of a physical amount of gold that exists within your country. Meaning that if, say, an ultra-wealthy person, like, hoarded up a bunch of gold, that would be currency no longer in the economy. It would no longer be circulating ever. There's only so much gold in the country. They would just hold on to it. Wacky stuff. You guys ever see Goldfinger? Remember? When he was gonna nuke Fort Knox? I'm confused. What's the difference between that and billionaires sitting on currency already? Because more currency can be printed and it's not directly tied to the physical, like, presence of gold or the limits to ownership of gold, meaning that even if one person hoards a fuck ton of wealth, the economy can organically value like the worth of a currency based on its exchange within the circulating economy, which can't really happen in the same way with a gold standard. Yeah, Red Cascadian. They had to work around it back then, too. So even under the gold standard, fiat currency existed? Kind of. It was like a representative... It was a thing. It's complicated. I'm not an economist.
Well, I've spent a lot of time on our southern border, and let me just say, it's a mess. It's a chaos. It's crisis after crisis. I worked in Washington to bring more Border Patrol agents to the state of Arizona. $1 billion for staffing and security and monitoring systems. So this premise that he's taken, voting against Border Patrol agents, I've worked hard to make sure we have the money so we have, which is I've been strong on border security, and I've stood up to Democrats when they're wrong on this issue.
It sounds like
including, by the way,
yes,
including the president. You know, when the president decided he was going to do something dumb on this and change the rules, you know, that would create a bigger crisis, you know, I told him he was wrong. So I've pushed back on this administration multiple times, and I've got more money on the ground to increase Border Patrol staffing, technology, and where it makes sense, to build more barriers.
It sounds like he says you're cherry.
How many illegal immigrants coming through Arizona? Arizona, illegal immigrants. Numbers. Estimated 250,000 undocumented immigrants in Arizona. How many people live in Arizona? Arizona population. 7.1 million. So undocumented immigrants represent 1 out of 20, let's say 1/30th of the population, so about 3%. That's a pretty large amount. Though there are other states that have more.
Cherry picking here.
He voted against hiring 18,000 more Border Patrol agents and then said yes to 87,000 new IRS agents. I'm sure we're going to talk more about the border. I just want to ask one question. Sir, have you done everything in your power to secure our southern border?
I've been focused on the border since day one on this job.
And even like the left-wing candidate here has to be like, yeah, I'll secure the border. Because there's like no way. It's like how even like Biden or whatever has to be like, yeah, I'm super hard on crime. Fuck! I just want to make a Kingsfield game. Oh, sorry. That was my arm. That would have been a good time to end, though. That would have, yeah, that would have been a good time to just close it. God. TwitchCon disaster? What? Wait, real? Wait, is this real? Probably the most painful thing I've seen in a while. Twitch streamer Adriana Chechik has confirmed broken her back in 2 separate places following this jump at TwitchCon. Yeah, it happened? Oh my god. It's...
My God!
Big sympathy, some sense of her own.
You good?
Great victory there. I can't get out. Are you okay? She's held down by the pitbull. Medic! Are you okay?
Gravity.
No, she's fine.
All right, we'll make sure she's okay. Get her out of the pit.
Landed on her tailbone.
Yeah.
Now she lives in the pit now, I kind of think.
Jesus Christ. Fuck, dude. Humans are so fragile. What the fuck is Twitch thinking? Foam is dense. What is this? These just look like cubes. It's a foot thick? Wait, is it literally... Is it just one layer of the foam cubes? It doesn't go all the way down to, like, at least a couple feet? I would fucking sue. I would sue. Absolutely, I would sue. 100%. You fucking joking? Yeah, dude, here's your fucking ball pit. It's one layer of balls with a fucking concrete filler underneath. What the fuck? Look at the way they bounce.
Oh my God!
It's like landing on like one layer of pillows. What the fuck, dude? The event is that they're supposed to use like pool noodles or whatever to knock each other off, so they're literally made to fall in at awkward angles too. What the Fuck! The last TwitchCon, they were like, yeah, here's 5,000 open drinks that anyone could put roofies in, have fun. And this time, they're like, yeah, dude, here's the foam cube pit. We have stretched a quarter inch of pliable material over the steel platform that this is done on. Yeah, I get this is Amazon working conditions right here. Fuck. Jesus. My friend dislocated her knee in this thing? Okay, yeah. Sue! Holy shit! There's no fucking way the waivers that they signed, like, completely, protect TwitchCon. Dislocated her fucking knee? Holy shit, dude. They're putting a fucking rod in her spine. Is she the porn star? Yeah, probably. I mean, there's a Fleshlight ad right here. AVN Adult Video Network Performer of the Year, Nastiest Holes in Porn. So, yeah, probably. This is gonna fuck with her work. She's not just streaming, you know? You gotta use your back. Yeah, she actually got her back blown out. Fuck. You know what's fucked up? As bad as this is, the people I sympathize with are the most are the announcers here. The announcers, of course, are just other, like, Twitch people. They're not, like, responsible for how this is all set up. And just the slow, like, realization that something is wrong as you're just trying to keep the, the crowd together, you know?
Are you okay? She's held down by the piffle medic.
But like that woman says that, but like she knows. They're not stupid. But as an announcer, there's only so much you can do, right? Like it's like the announcer can't go like, "Oh my god, are you okay?" Because that'll just cause the crowd to panic and make everything worse, right? Like you have to, yeah.
No, she's fine.
All right, we'll make sure she's okay. Get her out of the pit. Landed on her tailbone. Yeah.
Now she lives in the pit now, I kind of think.
See, like, but like the announcers aren't doing anything wrong here. Like they have to do this, right? Like another injury from the foam pit. Her ankle was broken in 3 places. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god, this is some Final Destination shit. TwitchCon is like the place where Twitch streamers go to fucking die. This is like the permanent dehabilitation pit. Just like, yeah, this is where the guy who built the pit, aka like the platform, you know, how recent is this? This morning. The guy who built the pit fucking hates Twitch streamers. He's like, fuck you, I'm gonna break all of your bones. Hassan managed to survive, thankfully. Oh, well, that's good. So, his athletic build protected him. Yeah, this is worse. Yeah, this is worse than the DashCon ball pit. That's crazy. We're seeing internet history being made live right now. Yeah, go in here. It's probably filled with like piss, but yeah, you'll live. Hop in here. Those like hollow plastic balls and ball pits are pretty decent like padding, you know? It's the piss pit, yeah. Can't wait for the internet historian video on this in a few years. Yeah. October 8th, 2022. Hassan, fresh after ignoring another, I can't do his voice, another boxing invitation from Sam Hyde, makes his way down to the TwitchCon foam pit. And then it like cuts to a schematic of the foam pit, you know what I mean? 18 centimeters deep. This foam provides ample cushioning for one small mouse or some shit. I don't know. He's Aussie, not British. I can't. He's got a very specific voice. I can't do his voice. Dude, fuck. Hold on. Yeah, I saw Keffels learned what a tiff is.
Even this boss.
It's too much. It's 2 hours. It's too much. Amaranth talking about her stalker turning up at TwitchCon. I'm just glad that Keffels has private security.
Mars, my camera guy, I have 24-hour security. That's why I said security had to get involved because the stalker showed up. Just because I have security, though, doesn't mean I want the stalker to see me. So that's why I went up to the room, and then I got that message, and I never came down. And then Mars, my camera guy, told me that he actually pulled up. So, he did not come down.
I'm not going to TwitchCon until they accept that we live in the goddamn US of A, and they let you carry one of the... You can carry like a micro 9mm on you. That's what I'm talking about. One of those ultra compacts that you don't hold with your pinky. Absolutely. Just showing up like, hold on. Show up at TwitchCon looking like Mike. With like the really like bulky jacket. And just, you can just see like a holster strap going right over the edge of the collar. Just like staring at this as Voshites try to walk up to me, you know? Wouldn't do that if I were you. You know, just like 30 feet away. Walter, put your gun away. Wouldn't guns be allowed to be a danger to you? Well, what if I just had like a suicide bomb strap? Some people at TwitchCon almost got hit by a train. Oh yeah, this was almost the good ending.
No. Watch out. What just happened?
They're coming back, dude.
Why?
We just had a moment.
Oh no. I'm gonna be late.
I think, did you go even?
No. What?
They not know what the fucking ringing is? This is almost the good ending. Or are they walking slow? Because they don't know what the ringing is. People at conventions in general act like fucking animals. You can see the same thing at Anime Expo, Comic-Con, anything like that. They just turn the whole area into like an unlivable shithole. Twitch's response to the ball fit fiasco. Twitch announces they're willing to split any hospital bills. This is a joke. This is a joke, right? Okay, yeah, this is from Liv Agar. This is a joke. This is a meme. No, it's a meme. It's a meme. It's a meme. If this was real, then the Twitch offices would be burnt to the ground. Because the 50-50 split. Yeah, it's a good meme. It's a meme. It's a, yeah, banger alert. Woo. Okay. I was saying, if they put out a press statement like this, that con center would be burnt to the ground by the end of the fucking day. This is so fucked, man.
Big crosshead, lots of pressure here on the perpendicular. Left yourself wide. Oh! Big sip and over.
Ah, you can see her bounce. Ah, yeah, I can feel my tailbone fucking sympathy. Darkest dungeon crit sound plays. The hit marker, the How cheap can you get, dude? This is being put up by Amazon. You seriously can't get like a larger... She already has spine issues due to her time in porn. This is fucking rough. God, that fucking sucks, dude. Okay, yeah, here's a diagram of what these things should look like. Where you have all the foam cubes and it's on trampolines, so the trampolines are supported by foam themselves. This is a very survivable, I mean, there's always a threat of being injured, and in any fall, no matter how safe, but there are obviously, like, reasonable thresholds, you know, reasonable levels. So what wasn't there? There's, like, none of that. It's literally just, like, 1.5 feet deep of cubes than the ground. Apparently, after she just broke her fucking back, they just kept running the booth. That after she broke, they just kept it going. They were like, all right. Yeah, show must go on. The angle doesn't look right. Well, this guy's getting a paddling. This is why we have OSHA standards, because a 3-foot fall can really hurt you. Dude, a 3-foot fall can kill you. If you slip at any point in your life, no matter how young or healthy you are, and hit your head on the corner of a table, that's it. I hope you had fun. That's it. Just right there. Wrong angle, you hit your neck. That's it. Humans weigh a lot. We're susceptible to gravity. We're not like cats. Cats, you can just throw them, whatever, you know. Don't throw your cat. They can still get hurt, but they're more likely to be fine. A rat, you can whoop, but don't do that. That's also bad. Don't do that. But you could, but don't do it. Humans, however, we could not do that. Why is the temple of the head so thin? No, it's not that the temple of the head is thin. It's physics, you know? It's just physics. It's not even just us being top heavy, right? Like, basically any animal can be killed with minimal pressure in the right places, you know? The thing is with humans, it's just like we got a big head, we're kind of wobbly, you know? We're not low to the ground, which means that like a bear can't really fall and hit its head, right? Because it's a fucking bear. Like, its head's pretty close to the ground by default. Same with most animals. This is just a problem with us being bipedal. Actually, come to think of it, that really is it, isn't it? This is just a critical weakness of us being bipedal. If we were quadrupedal, we would not need to worry about a ton of injuries that affect us. You know? So much of, like, human injury is, like, the problem of us being upright. Whereas if we were not upright, we could, you know, we'd be a lot safer. But we need to be upright because that's what allows us to use our hands to do lots of cool stuff, like conquer the world and build guns, so... We originally weren't? Well, yeah, obviously we originally would have, like, walked on our knuckles. We should have grown a 5th and 6th appendage. Would that solve the problem? No, not really, because you still can't really build stuff when you're on the ground like a dog or a cat, right? Like, being bipedal isn't just about having the two free hands. It's also about you can do so much more to manipulate your environment when you're standing upright than when you're on the ground. I don't know how well the field of engineering really would have kicked off. Maybe. This is an anti-centaur position? Yeah. Hassan's superior Turkish warrior genes helping him survive the pit. There's no way Hassan loses this, right?
Good push to the gut of Hassan. XQC off balance.
Lifting the fistful, opening himself up, one footing. No good.
Oh!
Fight!
Man, I would have expected Hassan to do a lot better there. The other guy basically just leans on him, which isn't a bad strategy, because Hassan weighs, like, way more than him, but, oh, it's XQC? Yo, XQC's a tall guy, right? I feel like Hassan should be able to just, like, swipe like a bear. Just swipe and knock him to the side, you know?
Good push.
Did he go easy? Maybe.
XQC off balance.
Lifting the fistful.
Okay, wait, I saw it. Hassan's smiling. Yeah, he's going easy. Okay, yeah, he's going easy. He's holding his power level back.
Good push to the gut of Hassan. XQC off balance.
Lifting the fistful.
This is where that concealed carry would come in handy. The 3, 2, 1, fight. No half measures. Yeah, the great equalizer. Oh, God. Fuck. God damn it. Sorry. Okay, wait. The past few hours, the past hour has just been us being goofballs. Okay, I gotta reel it back. Man, all I can really think about now is that stupid fucking Kingsfield thing, man. My brain is rotting. Holy shit. God damn it. I don't even know how to model stuff in 3D. You've got an obsessive way about you? Yes. I've never in my life been addicted to anything, but I get obsessive about everything. That's the trade-off, right? I've never woken up and thought, like, I have to do something, but I've often woken up and thought, like, I want to do this thing, and I will spend the next 18 hours thinking about nothing else. It's a pretty common ADHD thing. Look up Blender tutorials. It only took me a day to get the hang of it. But it can't be that easy, right? I think one of the things that I also kind of like about it is that the idea of building something in a 3D engine feels like it feels more material in a way that I could get behind. Like, how do I put this? If you're doing like a 2D, like isometric thing, it's all like math and camera tricks, right? But if you're doing it in a 3D engine in Unity, you are literally physically constructing and placing everything. Like you are literally just making it there, and that way it's more understandable, I think. Like at least the placement of stuff, like the world you're building is more immediate. Oh, whatever. You could do a blend of 2D sprites over 3D environments. Yeah, that's doable. A game recently did that to great effect. The Fashion Police. If you have to sculpt in 3D, then it's harder and time heavy. Man. No, I feel like the appeal of a game like Kingsfield is that everything has that blocky polygon 3D look. You know what I mean? I think that's important. No, I like that aesthetic a lot. The PS1 era aesthetic. Do you guys remember No One Lives Under the White House? That's what I'm talking about, baby. This shit. Mandalore Gaming Review. I played this on stream for Halloween last year. Shit that looks like this, man, though the pixel dithering is not necessary, like the on-screen pixelization effect, but like stuff that looks like this, man. This aesthetic gives me so many feelings. This reminds me so much of I build in Blender professionally, it's very hard. That's true, but if this is the level of graphical fidelity that you're going with, I think that I could learn. Yeah, with the voxels, Kanye. Yeah. If this is the level of graphical fidelity we're going with, I could learn to do this. Like modern 3D stuff, of course I couldn't. I never could. Stuff like this, though. That's more a matter of textures than modeling, but I can make textures because they'd be in pixel art, and I can do pixel art. Like, look at this. This, I like it a lot. I wonder, what do you think an art style like this would look like if you had low poly models, but the textures had a painterly overlapping aesthetic? Like, they wouldn't be complicated or detailed. They would still be abstracted. But rather than it being pixels, it would be kind of like the like paintbrush strokes that you'd see kind of like in the art for like Disco Elysium or Akami, but you would apply it to low poly models deliberately. I wonder how that could be. No, not like HD Minecraft texture packs. Like, like Valheim? Does Valheim do that? I played Valheim. It could be hard to read. Maybe. Valheim also does the low poly thing, though it has more polys than I would. It does look good. It's a good looking game. But this isn't quite what I mean. Painterly game textures. I mean like it looks like a paintbrush. Like, not painterly as in high render. I mean like it looks like a paintbrush. Cell shaded? No, cell shaded is the opposite. Cell shaded doesn't look painterly at all. Okami looks painterly, but not in the way I'm thinking. Okami isn't low poly. It was just the poly of its era. I'm thinking like a deliberate thing. Did Amnesia do this? No, what is it? Oh, wait. Does Gunfire Reborn do this? You know, in a way, I think Gunfire Reborn actually does this a little bit, where even though Gunfire Reborn is not low poly, it's cartoony, which is different. The models have a like, that's just art. But this is an enemy. It's not low poly. It's high poly, cartoony. However, do you it's not quite cell shaded, but there's like a Like Dishonored? Dishonored is too high fidelity for me to meaningfully translate its style to what I'm thinking of. The models in League of Legends do that? Yes, they do. Motherfucker wants this? No, I don't. Don't be mean. League of Legends Ilawi model. So show me the actual model, not the art. Actually, that might be a good... So obviously, it's representative, right? You know, it's not about... Well, no. I don't know. What about... What about World of Warcraft? They have a cartoony art style. What does their rendering style look like? No, their newer rendering style trends towards hyperrealism. What if I looked at the old Illidan model from Burning Crusade? No. No More Heroes does this? No More Heroes game. It kind of does, but you know what? I think I just have to accept the fact that what I'm talking about right now probably doesn't exist the way that I think it does. I'm probably internally cultivating a style that I know that I could do. But when I look at real styles, those can't be it because I couldn't do those. I think I'm making stuff up in my head. It's called flat shading. Well, that could be like more like cell shading. I just feel like there's okay, there are different kinds of low poly, right? Like this is low poly, but no game from the PS1 era ever looked like this. This is just deliberately cutting down on the number of polygons on a model that otherwise is like deliberately modern. But I like the PS1 like aesthetic, you know? Isn't a lot of it just done by the lighting engine and shaders anyway? I'm giving myself a headache. No, don't worry about it. I mean, if you just like did like earth tone cell shading for everything and then you had like pretty good dynamic lighting, I think you could make it look pretty decent. I agree. The Long Dark is a really pretty game. Yeah. Silent Hill 1 on PS1. Yeah. Well, if you want to know what you're going for, you have to take a look at the inspiration and kind of stick with that, right? But even this is too high fidelity for me. I'm thinking further back than the PS1. I'm thinking I mean, I'm thinking of like Kingsfield, right? Like if we go back, don't we? We go back to Kingsfield. Except Kingsfield looks like shit compared to modern stuff. Quake? Ooh, Quake might be a good pull. Yeah. No, wait. Don't learn from what you're learning from. Learn from those who have learned from what you're learning from. Dusk! Dusk! But I could never make anything like Dusk. Dusk is too good. Could I even make art like Dusk? Maybe. Yeah. What can I make here? I mean, I could 3D model that shotgun, right? I think anyone could do that, given a bit of time. Like this. Walsh wants to make games that look bad. I disagree. I actually think that Dusk looks excellent. I mean, this isn't really the modeling, right? The modeling here, like, look, there aren't even real trees. There are just walls that have trees painted on them. A lot, there, it literally is just like squares with sprites. Nah, Pathologic is still too high fidelity for what I'm thinking of. Like the modeling here, yeah, anyone could model this. It's about, well, for Dusk, it's really about the game design, isn't it? Okay. This person is familiar with the maps and is moving at breakneck speed. Here, let's go to Mandalore's. Paratopic, the PS1 horror game? Paratopic is modern. It's not from the PS1, but I know what you mean. Like Cruelty Squad? No, Cruelty Squad has a different aesthetic. Look. Cruelty Squad is... Cruelty Squad isn't low poly. Cruelty Squad is deliberately and politically ugly. Which is different. Cruelty Squad is designed to be unattractive in an artistically interesting fashion. It is low poly, but it's... Oh, that's a donkey video. But it's... It's a good game. Are you thinking like the pixelization looks like paintbrush strokes in this? Yeah, like impasto kind of stuff, where you can feel the texture of the work. I like that. I like that look. I don't know how well this translates onto low poly models, though. I'm just gonna give myself a headache. Don't worry about it. Let's move on. And by move on, I mean read donos. Stream time is up. Are you dead set in a first-person shooter? No, I'm not dead set in anything. I keep wanting to just stick to a game idea. They had to sign a waiver at TwitchCon? Great. Will I ever do a coding stream? Probably not. Sake, thank you for the $2 donos and the good suggestions. Lucas, the $2, wasn't it the Skyrim Painted World quest? I have no idea what you mean. Freakster, thanks the tier 3 sub. I hope you enjoy your sellout corporate job, friend. Josh Kiss, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, I'm familiar with the business plot. It's pretty amazing. Sake, thank you for the 2 consecutive $10 donos. Crazy thought, but is there any way VGG could open a second window from a separate source that wouldn't broadcast to YouTube or the VOD with copyright material? Nah, that'd be worth too much. That'd be too much work, I think, for the I wouldn't want to like make myself complacent about copyright stuff, you know? Zoran Gitorix, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Been watching since 2019. Figured I should pay my dues. Lamau. Also, hey from Creative Assembly. Hi! First of all, thank you. Second of all, hi. Thanks for the games. I was just gonna play some Total War Warhammer 3 after this. Yeah, thanks for the fucking games. Thanks for Alien Isolation. Do you guys get what I'm going for, though? Do you understand? I like the idea of, like, an expansive dungeon or area. Like, so there are so many things that Dark Souls does right, you know? But I want to see what more... I want to see how that can be adapted into the first-person format. Because first-person melee usually fucking sucks. Okay, so first of all, here's something that's insane to me. Why the fuck do so many games with melee weapons have the melee attack do damage in front of you where your cursor is? Like, you'll swing a sword from side to side, but the only entity that'll take damage is where your cursor is pointed forward. That is insane. That is the laziest shit in the fucking world. I can't believe that's like an accepted thing. That, to me, that should be considered like being broken. Just create an invisible hitbox that's shaped like a sword slash in front of you, and then have that be the damage model, rather than like the raycast projectile from the center of where your gun would be. That's insane. I can't believe that. It feels so bad when, like, you swing a sword and the sword visibly clips with the enemy models, but because your cursor pointer was like right between two guys' heads, like nobody takes damage. That's insane. I don't know about Xenoclash. Chivalry does what you're suggesting. Yes, there are games that focus more on melee combat that take it seriously, but like making your way through a big dungeon and like having to take enemies seriously. Oh man, I like the idea of like, go explore this dungeon. It's like this big thing, you know? You can't farm EXP. You can only gain EXP from killing an enemy so many times. Like in real life, right? Like, kill your first dog and you learn from it. Kill your 5th and you're still learning. Kill your 20th and you're not. You've already learned how to do that. You're not learning anymore. Something like that, you know? And then, like, you can only carry, like, your evil dogs. Like wild dogs, wolves, whatever. You know, the equipment you get is like weird and useful. I don't know, man. Video games don't need to be real life. No, they don't. But I do think things could be done to make it. Sorry, I'm just depressing myself. I'm just thinking, I'm so mad because in my head right now, I'm thinking like, if I could transcribe some of this into a demo, I feel, because I don't think I'm good enough. I don't think I can describe it that well. But if I could transcribe it into a demo, it's like, oh, then I could be like, see, that looks that works, you know. And then people would be like, oh, I get it now. That is cool. But I can't, and I'm not good enough at any of these skills to make it happen. So I just have to sit here and think about it. Oh God, I know I'm gonna end up downloading Blender tonight. Oh fuck me, dude. Oh God. People keep recommending Kingdom Come Deliverance to me, but I've heard that it fucking sucks ass, so I will see. Okay, hold on. I gotta finish this. Neurotica, thanks the tier 2 sub, really appreciate that. 1920, Pam, thank you for the $5. I have. Markinator and Charlie Putzel, thank you for the $5 both. Do you think Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali were truly anti-Semites? No. The Nation of Islam was much more politically defensible back then. Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X had their own reasons for joining, but I think since then it's deteriorated further. The warning signs were always there. It was always bad to be part of the Nation of Islam, but like, things coalesced. Sparkle Fairy, thanks the tier 1 sub. K.C.H. Mueller with the €5. Thank you for correcting me. Currency Doctor, thank you for the $10. What are your thoughts on money? I've given you some to examine for further study. Thank you. I love those experiments. Matt Phoenix, thank you for the $5. Can you critique my character design? Stream's going in an interesting direction, but it seems fitting given what we've done. Yeah, I have one big one. You need a color contrast. Apart from her green eyes, all of the colors on her are red tint, but you want some kind of contrast, whether it be a belt or something around like the mid-thigh area or the boots. You need something to contrast out. Probably a less saturated red jacket as well. That'd be my big one. It'll have to be tomorrow, President Kalk. Awesome dude, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Sovball, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Still alive, the $2. Thank you kindly. Sake with the $10. Thank you very, very much. Aranya Hope, thank you for the $10. I'm not interested in Dragon Age. It's not my thing. Mike Morinilla, thank you for the $5. I've heard of Dungeons of Daggerath, yeah. Charlotte96, thanks the 5. Cockeye Win, thank you for the 5. Cockeye Win with the additional 5. Thank you very, very much. I promise I'll get my report in soon. Zigabiz, thanks the tier 3 sub. Should I really check out Kingdom Come Deliverance, or is it going to be like a waste of time? A lot of people have recommended it, but I've heard a lot of criticism of its combat systems as well, that it's needlessly finicky and stuff. It's a love or hate game? Okay. Lacey Sneaky Wakiki, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Mandalore covered Kingdom Come Deliverance? No, he didn't. Wait, am I thinking of the wrong game? When did he ever cover that? No, I think you're thinking of Kingdom Come, a different one. You're thinking of some other Deliverance or Kingdom Come game or whatever. What does it even look like? Oh my fuck, it's fucking Mountain Blade. Is this a controller game or a mouse and keyboard game? This looks like an incredibly... You could do either? Okay. This looks like a very finicky melee system. Like, I can just tell by looking at it. Like, this is... For Honor does the same thing, but much smoother and nicer. Yeah, but For Honor isn't an immersive RPG. It's like just a bunch of like Ubisoft live play bullshit melee multiplayer combat scenarios strung together with a half-assed campaign. Tiger Fox King, the $5. Happy Leaf Erickson Day. Thank you. Build a Dog, thank you for the $10. I believe nowadays they give modafinil to soldiers now. It's a non-amphetamine stimulant, which is what the Limitless movie was based off of. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I know they give that to pilots at least. N-word with the 555. Zach Fox did it again. Man, all the way back from 2018. Zach Fox. Oh, this is your tweet. And it big. Lomo, thank you for the $5. Salty Internet Pirate, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Dope. Milkman, thank you for the 5. I am. Captain ACAB with the tier 1 sub. Great. Fantastic. Sake with the $10. Trust me, fourth person melee sucks too. The fourth platform melee spawns later than the other three. It can actually lead you to getting stalked. True. God damn it. It's all I can fucking think about, man. My fucking brain is broken. Holy shit. God damn it. Wrong's Bjorn with the $10. Check out Elite Dangerous. Have a playtime of 3 weeks. Absolute gem. Nah, I don't like forever games. The more... I tried out Hunt Showdown the other day, and I immediately didn't like it. I don't like forever games. I like a game to have an ending. Even if that ending is a roguelite, and it's like getting all the achievements or whatever, I like that, you know? I don't like the idea, like, here's a big sandbox, or like, here's a collection of multiplayer arenas, just play whoever you want, or whatever. I don't like that because I feel like you can sink so much into it. You can lose so much time to it, says the War Thunder player. I stopped. No, but I played it years ago, and I feel that way now about the time that I spent. Because, like, it's a fake progression. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that bothers me about those games, okay? If you're playing a game like War Thunder, you never have a satisfying conclusion and then set the game down on good terms. You stop playing War Thunder when you stop playing War Thunder. Eventually you get tired or bored or frustrated and you set it down and never pick it up again. The ability to finish a game satisfied cannot be done with those games. It can't, because there is no ending. The satisfaction, you know, it might be there, but you will always end because you've lost interest. Nothing can really top the feeling of finishing something. I firmly believe this. The Dark Souls games, I mean, like beating Gwyn or beating Nassandra or beating a Soul of Cinder or beating Elden Beast, you know? And then you've finished it and it's like that felt good. Like there's a completion of an artistic, you know, and I worry, I don't like live service model games because it feels like we're all being trained to think of gaming as nothing more than like a collection of systems built around this like infinite gameplay loop that doesn't change, you know? Like essentially that gaming is like exercise, where even if you enjoy it, it's just this interminable thing you do rather than it being art, which can be consumed in a given context and then completed. Not to mention all the other stuff with live service models that are a problem. Swedgeward, maybe I'll give it a try. Tree Pigman with the $10. Hey, I'm a professional game designer and current CS student. I'm giving you this 10 to say you can do anything you put your mind to in video games. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to feel... I just want to feel the satisfaction of fighting one of the Dark Souls 3 Ashes of Ariandel wolves in first person with a depowered RPG character. So there's a big wolf that will try to circle around me, that will try to move, that will like dash and like do a feint and then like move in again. And I have to beat them with like sword shield, you know? And it'll fuck me up in a second if I'm not careful. There are first-person mods for DS? No. No, Dark Souls, the mechanics aren't right. Even if the camera's in first person, it's not the right kind of thing. Your attacks do this big like AoE swoop in front of you. That's designed for like a third person perspective, you know? The first person thing, it's its own thing. And you know what else? I miss having to prepare for dungeons. You used to have to do this in games. Nowadays, whenever you travel into a dungeon, think Skyrim, for example. You don't have to prepare anything. Games have all of these crafting mechanics that are fucking useless because you're so overpowered all the time. There should be crafting mechanics, or at least purchasing or finding items that are useful, that are like, you can't outskill it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, this is one of the reasons why I actually really, really like the poison swamps in Dark Souls. It's because you can't outskill them. You don't get, it's not like, here's a elixir that gives you 10% additional damage against fairy enemies. And it's like, oh, I'll bring them to the fairy area. No, you won't. Who uses those? Raise your hand if you're like, oh, let me craft the 10% damage bonus against this specific enemy type, because I never will. It's not worth your time. Just fight them with your regular weapons, you know? The game gives you everything that you need to deal with it right there. 90% of the shit that you can find or whatever in Dark Souls is worthless. In Skyrim, millions of potions, worthless. They're just nothing. Prep work should be necessary and immediately impactful. You know what I mean? Like, prep work should be important and it should feel satisfying. You know what I mean? This sounds like The Witcher 3? No, a ton of this... all of Monster Hunter? All right. We're finishing this. Okay. You know how in Hunt Showdown, when you make your character, you have a limited number of inventory slots, and you have to make hard decisions about what to bring. You can bring bombs or healing items. You can bring traps or like a health kit. You can bring a knife, which lets you really quietly kill the zombies, or you can bring like the extra bada boom shotgun that will let you like fucking insta kill any player you see, you know. But the point is that it's a difficult choice, right? Like, it has to be a difficult. Okay. Let me put it this way. In some games, combat is depletatory. And in other games, it's beneficial. I think great games can be made with both, but it's a critical game decision. In a depletatory system, fighting against enemies weakens you. No matter how well you play, you're going to lose ammo, health. The Resident Evil games are a great example of this, of depletatory combat. When you're fighting zombies in like Resident Evil 2 Remake, like, even if you need to, you're losing resources, which makes it tense. In Pathologic, everything is depletatory. A lot of RPGs like to make combat depletatory because that's how you make items worthwhile, right? That's how you balance the stats. In a game like God of War, combat is beneficial because all you can get from it is health and EXP, right? Like, in God of War, you can just mow your way through a billion enemies, and at the end of it, you're stronger than you were before. In an RPG, in Pathologic, you can kill 9 guys, and at the end of it, you're like, fuck, I am out of health and ammo. Fuck, I am fucked right now. Like, you can... In some games, you can win, but still lose. I like this feeling for RPGs as long as it's balanced properly. One of the problems that I have with RPGs is that oftentimes the combat is easy enough that you're never incentivized to use craftable items. I really like how in Pathologic or in some other crafting games, like, if you have 2 Molotovs in your inventory, you want to use those. Yeah, like the Stalker games, they do it as well. They have RPG elements, or at the very least, like a very dedicated like inventory management. You want to use those. You know what I mean about the difference between a game where you can just like look in your inventory and you're like, oh, I have like 87 grenades, right? And then in another game, you can be like, fuck yes, I just found another grenade. Holy shit, thank God. I don't have to use bullets to kill the next 3 enemies or whatever. Does that make sense? Like, some games make you care more. Generally speaking, the more a game makes me care about its mechanics, the better I feel about it, because it means I'm engaged, right? And I think one of the ways that you can do this is by having a realistic economy, right? So killing an enemy, like a dire wolf or a skeleton or something, that shouldn't give you anything to like sell for money, right? Like, think about it. In a world where a person can just go out and fight skeletons, how could you then come back and sell that stuff? How does that economy work? Like, there are some games where they don't put up with that shit, and I like that. I really don't like games like Skyrim, where you can go into like a cave with 1 bear in it and then loot enough to like buy a house. You know what I mean? Like, I know that in real life, pelts from the dire wolf are useful, but the problem is that in Skyrim, you just go up to it and click, and then it's dead. There's not a sufficient challenge or threat to you to attain what other people would spend their lives trying to accrue the wealth worth of, right? You know, so, like, I had millions of gold in Skyrim and bought everything. But at that point, like, is the gold even worthwhile? Is it even fun to have gold? I never felt fun being wealthy in Skyrim. Like ever. Like at no point. In fact, the inventory system in the Bethesda RPGs usually just irritates me because the game is incentivizing you to like grab every item you can to sell it because it's useful to be wealthy, but the game never really like plateaus, so you can just be infinitely wealthy and still have that itch in the back of your mind that you should be picking up all the 10mm pistols you find off the bandits and selling them even though you don't need that money. I did the same thing in Underrail. I'm obscenely wealthy in Underrail, but I don't need to be. It just wastes time. Yeah, Lisa the Painful did make consumables feel incredibly important, yeah. Okay. We have to stop. Ruritsu, thank you for the $5. Check out GGST. They do the 2D sprites over 3D renders, and it's awesome. And give it a look. Hamsh, thank you for the $5. I'm not really interested in Kenshi. It doesn't have a proper ending. It's one of those sandbox games that I don't like. Lucas, thank you for the 5. I've not checked out Steel Rising. Leaflower at the $5. Late reply work about your FPS dungeon crawler idea. This is not a dungeon crawler, but the combat system was amazing. Red Steel 2. Oh, wasn't this that Wii exclusive game? I don't know how applicable this is, really. I remember this being like you'd hold the Wiimote at the right angle. And Marin with the very kind $50. I really appreciate that. Hey, Voosh, thanks for helping me solidify my political ideology and better understand the nuance of what it means to be on the left. Keep up the good fight, brother. Also, my cat says hi. Hello, your cat. All right. Sorry for the meandering, guys. An unfortunate byproduct of whatever it is that makes me good at public speaking and interested in politics also makes it impossible for me to think of other stuff when I have this shit on my mind. I'll try to expel it from my brain for tomorrow's stream. I love you all very much. You're beautiful people. You're fantastic. Let me see who's live on Twitch. So everyone's at TwitchCon. Let me send you over to Shark300. Because Shark is a cool guy. Good night. It's not nighttime. It's 3 p.m. Good day to you all. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you tomorrow.